Hello. Welcome. Yo, Adam, quickest first in the West? Quickest first in the West. How's it going? What are you up to? I'm so yawny. Such a yawner. They call me the Yawn Master. Alright, let's get straight into it. Where's the... Oh, what the... Who the... What the... What the flip? Hello. Hello, Raiders. Welcome, Jed. Long time no see. Slime Raid. That's right. I'm debating whether to use my slime to get max level or to just save it up. Because I've got like 76,000 goo. You know? So, yeah, I don't know. Hello, welcome everyone. How's it going? I'm currently working on a thing called Prismatiscape. Pardon me, I've got the burps. I just need to quickly... I was dicking around with using distance fields in Niagara here, which is cool. But it also means I need to just revert that real quick. Yeah, that can just fuck off for now. Sick. Alright, here's what I've got so far. I've just got a little test water thing. Keep in mind, this is just the velocity. Just the water velocity, not the ripples that you're used to. So this is like the foam thingers that was there last time. But it's had a bit of an upgrade for multiple reasons. So it'll actually like swish around with the character a bit more persistently, which is cool. But I was also working on some like surface flow stuff. So this is what's this called? Land. This is land. But just having water flow down it when it's like really raining and whatnot, and for it to obey the normals and all that kind of good stuff. But then, if I wasn't doing that... I mean, the main reason I was doing it was because... Where was I adding? Here, let's yeet that. Because I wanted water to be able to, like, ride up surfaces, right? Let me just change this as well. It's a bit... Pardon me, Alright, there we go. So yeah, I wanted water to be able to like go up, which is important for like the shorelines for the oceans and the waves and the stuff. So for water to be able to like, you know, go like this and be like, oh, it's gone up onto there, and then it will come back down and do water stuff. Oh yeah, true. I totally forgot about that, Adam. Yeah. Yeah, you know, I'm not very good at that. So the hope is, with this little, I can use this same stuff to do rivers a lot nicer. So, like, you could have a river. You could put down the blue. Blue is foam. What? Huh? What? What's wrong? Was that just a Twitch thing? Why? How is it dying, though? It dropped down. Alright, let's F5. I think, anyone watching on YouTube, did the stream drop out for you guys? Or was it just a Twitch thing? I feel like I feel like Restream just... I don't know. It did drop out, or it didn't drop out on YouTube? Because, yeah, it must be Restream. Because, like, my OBS says it's... Okay, when I ask, did it drop out, or did it not drop out? Answering, yeah. Okay, it did. Okay, that's... Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think Restream's just... I don't know. It's a bit shit lately. Anyway, what I was trying to say is... So the blue is the foam. But the A is the water flow. So, like, as it goes up here, it goes up, and then we add velocity to it based on the normals of the terrain and whatnot. And so if we just spawn water flow, it will flow down the stuff, which is really cool. But I just need to figure out... Well, there's kind of like... There's a few... Oh my god. I need to make a decision at some point whether I want to do water flow with height as well. Because at the moment, the water flow is just... It's like completely two-dimensional. You can kind of like extrapolate it to be three-dimensional. So if I just said, you know, water... let's get the water flow from wherever the frick it is. Water flow? You know what, I'll just grab it from somewhere. Water flow is alpha. That multiplied by 20. What does that mean, though? Oh, because you're going to there, then we add that. Yes. Okay, you can see it just sitting up on here. It's a bit cursed. Ah, that's where that comes from. I get it. But yeah, I just don't know whether to do a fully, like, height-based one. I don't know if it's really going to add much. Because, like, the reason you do a height where you have, like, the water sitting, you know, as a height above the landscape is that it can then fill up pools and stuff. And, like, pool properly. But, I don't know, it's just a bit freaky. I don't think it'll be necessary. Because the aim is that you put down water bodies and that this just augments it. So I think it should be fine. I think we're good. Would a toon-looking texture of 1K by 1K run the same as a realistic texture 1K by 1K? This is the same memory, the forms all the same. Yeah, they would be exactly the same. I don't know if textures get stored on the GPU compressed and then quickly uncompressed as they're sampled. Got no idea, actually. But yeah, like a 1K texture that's just like, you know, the color red is going to take up as much memory as something that is like heaps of noise. If there isn't some fancy compression happening. Stored on RAM. Yeah, it would be getting stored in RAM compressed. But then yeah, I don't know. yeah, GPU does have RAM. It has VRAM. Anyway, let's get to work. So, water flow. There is one thing I wanted to do, which is when flow enters the water, I want it to dampen the velocity. Water in my world makes no physical sense whatsoever, but I very much like the idea of spillage and pooling, especially lakes overflowing and heavy storms. Yeah, I think that's what I want to aim for, where it's like authored first. Like first and foremost. And then the plugin just augments that. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. I think that's a good idea. The only thing I want to factor in is changing the height of rivers at runtime without dicking with the RVT too much, like without, you know, refreshing the RVT all the time. Because, like, in my game, I want rivers to be able to, like, you know, increase their flow and to decrease their flow until they're, like, basically dried up. But I think I'll just do that as a water height offset. So, like, you place down a river, and then, yeah. Do you also have to redraw on RVT? No, they shouldn't. The only things that cause an RVT to update are thingos. Things with the stuffs. What's it even called? I think the cause RVT to update is parameter changes. Not including material parameter collections. Or something's position moving. An actor moving. Actor's position moving. This is going to be so good. Yeah, I go over it in my RVT video, I'm pretty sure. All right, let's start with making this a material that doesn't suck super bad. Prismatiscape underscore water flow, water surface flow. All right, so you're gonna go there. Cool. Reloading when moving, cancels RVT reloaded. Reloading landscape sections when moving, cancels RVT. Yes, yeah. So the thing is with RVTs, you see the thing about RVTs, it will, how do I put this? Let's say our camera is here. This is camera. What a great camera. Your little tape things sitting. Okay, that's great. So the RVT is in like big chunks, and those chunks are just essentially just render targets all patched together, using like a scene capture. And when you assign something to the RVT, it's just saying, it's putting it into the scene captures show only list. But obviously, you know, all these tiles are like 512 by 512 pixels, or a maximum of, you know, however big they're supposed to be. But, you know, that's like, what, like a 16K texture, usually, which is like way too much. So what it'll do is it will render the highest one close to the camera, and then the further away you get from the camera, it will just throw away those big sections, like the high-res sections, and just keep the MIPS and whatever. And so, like, over here, it might only have, like, you know, a 32 by 32 pixel version. Obviously, it manages it so that it has, like, a budget and whatever. But yeah. So when you move through the world, it will, you know, it'll then make this one the full resolution one, and this one might get discarded, and then it will make this one the full resolution one, and whatever. So yeah, just moving around the world will cause the RVT to update, because it doesn't want to have, like, you know, a 24K by 24K texture stored on the GPU all the time. That would be a bit of a disaster. So yeah, ChatGPT gets it right, I guess. Last stream I asked about bit masking with stencils for RTS scenario. Updating that completely. Gave up on this impossible idea. Now trying to use Niagara Grid 2D to solve my idea. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. You know, let's just yeet everything. Get rid of all this shit. Yeah, fuck off, whatever. Piss off, you shitlord. You know what? And I'll also kill that. You know what? I'll just delete it. Just new material. New material. Except for this. This is the same. Right, and that one had a MIP level, didn't it? Ranged. Alrighty. It just didn't work. Yeah, gotcha. That's the thing about like a lot of like the Unreal rendering stuff is that like distance fields, for example. You only have one channel of distance fields. Does reloading include computing whole material again and again, or is it just rescaling chunks of once saved in slice RVT? Sometimes I think I could use if I should use triplanar. It will render the material once and take a screenshot of it, essentially. And then from that point on, it will just be a texture. Or, you know, a runtime virtual texture. So it doesn't have to compute the material over and over again. It just computes it once and then saves it as a texture. So it can save a lot of performance. Because, you know, you don't have to do, you know, 100 different layer blends and all of these, like, you know. So you would have left to play with UI materials, very creative era. I've done some, like, procedural stuff like that. Thingos. I also want to play around with an idea. So, like, the thing about doing this water stuff, right, is that the RVT normals don't get RVT normals don't get ordered. So if I did like the normals of this one to the RVT, actually you can literally see it right here. If I just move this up. So, you know, I've got this tilted one here, and it's being drawn, you know, God knows fucking where. But then if I make another one, well, you can see it's just a fucking nightmare, basically. It doesn't care which one's on top, which one's on bottom. It just YOLOs it. If I made the sort order explicit, then at least that would work-ish. Hello? Okay. So, yeah. So the normal buffer sucks ass. The normals can't do opacity either, so I don't even know what the fuck. I don't know. It's just fucking stupid. I don't know why they, like... Sorry, pardon me. Why would I want this? Why would I want my normals to not be... like... Do you know what I mean? Because it's stupid, because it's rendering them one at a time, clearly. That doesn't even make sense. Like, what the... Because this is all the way up here. Couldn't they just pull height? Well, what they should be doing is in the scene setup, they should be getting all of the things that are drawing to the normals, set the entire scene up, and then take the screenshot, then take the scene capture. So that if something's clipping through another thing, then the normals just look like, you know, how it should look. Where, like, this one is clipping through this one. And it looks like that. You know? But they just don't fucking do that. They do it one by one. For some, like, idiotic, stupid reason. I mean, I know the reason, but it's still dumb as fuck. No, I think it's just so that for like the opacity stuff. So if you have like a plane that has like a you know, an opacity fall off, or like the river splines, for example, they have a fall off. That looks dope. And so they have to render them one by one with the opacity, and then splat that onto the RVT tile using the opacity, and then they add them all together. But it's like if they just tracked the yeah, like you were saying, Jed, if they just tracked the depth buffer for each thing, and then when you then add a new one to the normal buffer, you just check, okay, this one's height goes like this. Let's subtract the previous heights and whatever. Or like, you know, let's only add the normals where the height is greater than what we've had before. So then you'd always end up with the topmost layer of the normals. I think it's just a massive oversight because they only ever expected people to use it for just the landscape and to never draw anything else to it. So, like, you're only ever drawing one thing to the normals anyway, but, like, that's not how games are made. Like, people use meshes for their cliffs, and then they might want to blend things in with the cliffs. It's like, I don't know, it's just fucking unreal bullshit. You know how it is. It's stupid. It is very, very silly. Next feature. Yeah, literally. Makes me so upset. It's just so half-assed. Like, fuck. Just finish the fucking thing. Actually, maybe not. Oh, that's 3 by 3. Cool, cool. Okay, so what I wanted to do was... how many channels do I have to play with? So water render target is RG normals, B height map, A nothing, I think. And then the velocity is RG velocity, B foam, A flow. But I'm thinking maybe the flow can double up as a wetness mask. So we just never let this... when we advect this, we never let it drop below 0.1 or something. And then that can evaporate or fade over time. So if we... Well, first, let's just grab this. And we will get our sample water. And I will tear this out of there. Chuck it into here. Kill that. Alright, if we get our A channel, and we just say... it was going to be 0.1, so we'll multiply it by 10, and saturate, and then that goes into our wetness mask. For now. That goes into here, into there, and then we will also just do some kind of blue, I don't know, wetness lurper. So whatever our base color is, you know, I can even do base color from here. Oh wait, it's the A for the height. Yeah. So what I wanted to experiment with is, instead of doing the normals, I want to try using world height and generate normals from that, but also add some of the height map to the world height. So just 10 units of world height, or 10 units of texture height to the world height. So that shouldn't really affect the blending too much, but it should be enough to affect the water. But ideally, I'd like to use the normals, I think. Actually, no, height is probably just better overall, because height, if I have something that's like 100 units above another thing, I don't want it to like ride up onto it. I want it to just deflect it out the other way. So maybe that is better. Maybe. I guess we'll find out. Also, why is this using... That should be excluding material shader offsets. So I was going to do a 3 lerp. Lerp 3 color B. Oh, shit. B, B, B. And then do some colors. Have a stone color. Let me just double check what this is. Stone, stone, and stone again. That one's a bit bored. What was the other one that I thought I was using? This one with the bits of grass on it. Yeah. Yeah, that's way more interesting. Alrighty, let me just move this guy out here. And then this guy lives up here, and then we're all good. Except these two are around the wrong way, dickhead. There we go. Exmuno, how's it going? That looks fucking terrible. Yeah, I'm doing not too bad. Not too bad at all. Just doing some classic full-time plugin dev bullshit. Maybe a bit brighter. That's fine, cool. Right, so now if I do this, where the fuck is the water flow? Okay, it is there. There? Am I not getting that? I'm getting that from the water, not the water velocity. Duh. Right, now it's wet. Quite wet. And shiny. Woohoo. Let me also... Shows Prismatica the game after helping millions of cheap idiots release their games first. Exactly. See, people are always like, when's your game coming out? But it's like, it's not about my game, you know? It's about the games of the people. Alright, so I can see it riding up here and doing stuff, which is pretty cool. I need to generate a... Well, I can get this DDX, DDXDs. Yeah, let's do that. 100 strength. I also want to smooth the normals with this. You know what, let's just bring it all down. Flatten normals, normal flatness. So that gets yeeted. That needs to go into... Well, I'm not even fucking using that, so that can just fuck off. Although I'm technically using it right now. So that's fine. Flatten normal, then add normal. Pris, simple, add normals. Bam, bam. Shwam. Although, now it's going to get weird. Not like weird, but just like vaguely weird. The normals are working, but it needs to... Here's the other thing, right? I could technically do a lot of this in... I could do the water shader and make the water shader, you know, as long as it is underneath the land and stuff. I could just WPO it where there is water flow. But then it's like, I don't know. I don't want to, like, generate water meshes everywhere. Or do I? I guess we'll see how it goes. Because doing water meshes would probably help performance in some ways, but also hinder it in others. Because sorry, I'm just braining right now. Trying to do that thing where you, like, think with the brain. I don't know, maybe it would be, well, But I guess, like, the puddles have to be material-based anyway as well. Well, they don't have to be, but, fuck, I don't know, this is crazy. Fern land is water mesh getting pulled up from above the landscape of the wetness will be on lane rest. Is that correct? Yeah, but I might... yeah. Well, it was. It was just before. But I'm thinking, like, just like in the middle of land, right? We don't really want to be using single layer water where it isn't necessary. Because it does have, like, you know, it is its own render pass. So I'm just thinking, and same with, like, the puddles. The puddles are a material mask effect and whatever. So I'm just thinking, like, maybe I should do all of the water flow in the materials. Maybe the exception being on here, where it would also use the water mesh. But I'm just really not sure. Because, yeah, like the foam probably won't exist on this, on like the wetness and flow stuff, you know? What am I sure open in the politics? Yeah. Yeah, but I'm just thinking like what happens inland. Like when there's a body of water and, you know, you've actually got the geometry to like dick around with, then it makes sense. And obviously you can do the same with the rivers. The rivers have meshes, you know, on the spline, and they can ride up and flow over and whatnot. But then I'm just thinking like, okay, if it's pouring rain and we want to have water flowing down, you know, the surfaces and whatnot, and, you know, running over the normals and pooling up in, you know, around rocks and things, and then flowing off and diverting and whatever. I don't want to be using water meshes for that, because that's like a big... Well, one, you'd need water meshes everywhere. So maybe I just do a kind of hybrid theory. Yeah, it's a bit of a banger. How is the one to follow the player around anyway? Oh yeah, fuck, what? Yeah, it could just follow the player around. Because it's limited to the simulation zone anyway. Fuck. Now that tickles my pickle. One single water mesh and teleporter. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, fuck, that's smart. That's kind of smart. I knew there were some smart people in the chat. I suspected it, but now I can confirm there's at least one smart person. Let me see how this goes first. Let me just dick with this. And then we will just see how it goes. I feel sad now. I mean, you're also smart, Nightcow. Yeah, I don't know. This just doesn't look like... Well, it also doesn't have the flow maps and stuff. Why does that look so bad? What am I missing there? Oh, I guess it's... that's the other thing, is that, yeah, it would need to have flow maps on fucking everything, which isn't ideal. Yeah, maybe like a water layer isn't a bad idea. And I mean, most of the time the water layer is going to be hidden underneath stuff, so it won't actually be rendering its pixel shader. The one thing, right, about doing a you know, conforming water mesh is when this kind of thing happens, where you've got surface that you want water to flow on, and then surface down here, where even when you don't want there to be water, there's going to be like a bit of clipping where one vertex is up here, the other vertex is down here, and you can see it on that steep edge. This kind of stuff always feels like black magic. It is a bit black magic. It's, yeah, it's kind of... It looks weirder just in the render target than the actual, like... Yeah, it's, it is funky, that's for sure. Let me also just turn the ripples back on, I think. Even draw on a render target? Like this. Like this. Oh my god, it keeps going. Pardon me. Right, now where the hell are my water ripples gone? Hello? Why is that not... Water reflectors, this guy is water height. Adding to that using water input. This guy, add water height. My water source. Do I need to do these? I don't, you know, I'll just fucking do it anyway. Oh, lady cat, what are you doing? Why am I not getting my ripples anymore? Maybe I unplugged it at the end stage. I did. I'm very stupid. That's all it was. Alright, now we have the ripples as well. Which is where, like, the kind of main water effect comes from. You shoot from camera in third-person shooter, but you also trace from the guns and attack very close targets to block the shot. I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% sure what you mean. Oh wow, that's cursed. That is not. That's not. There shouldn't be ripples there. Interesting. And now all the foam's running. Yeah, so, I don't know, yeah, maybe conforming mesh. But what's that gonna add? Like, see, the thing is, for my game, doing it in the materials is probably 100% fine. But for other games where you can actually look at the ground closely, maybe a mesh would be better. But then for puddles kind of get a bit weird because... Because, like, for puddles, it's a flat surface, but we want to add puddles to it. You know? Why is there a human here? Oh, that was from an old thing. Like, yeah, how much extra effort do we need to go through? Why are the ripples still? Can you not do that, please? Actually, you know what? Let's just do this. This was getting the water flow. I want to just do that, honestly. Nice water surface. Fade that out over time. Easy. Yeah, I don't know. Shit's confusing. What do you want, Lady Cat? Let me sort this. Maybe the landscape would have to form down a bit when there's a puddle. Yeah, and that wouldn't be too bad. Because it could be quite coarse. What? Hey, excuse me? No, you're on my keyboard. You're gonna delete everything. Lady cat, what the frick? Alright, let me sort this cat out. And then we'll get stuck into it. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, shit. What do I want to do? Alright, I think the mesh is a good idea. How big is my subdivided plane TM? At LOD 0, it is 16,000 verts, which is... What's that by... What's the square root of 16,000? It's like 100 and something. That looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? Oh, fuck. No, maybe that's... No, because this is... I don't know. It's a fair bit. So maybe... Let's just smack one of them. It's experiment time. Let's experiment. Let's go to our fella. Where the fuck? Oh, demo. Character, this guy. And then let's just chuck a subby on him. Oh, no. What's it called? Static mesh. My brain's just not here today. Static mesh on the capsule. Yep. Let's call this the water follow plane. Subdivided mesh. Copyright TM. No casting shadows. No collision. No collision. No overlap events. Don't step up. Just relax. Just chill. And then let's give it a thing called... Let's see. P-scape. The follow water. Follow water. The water follower material. And we'll give that to this guy. Cool, cool, cool. Fro Bromaster of long names. I still make a game or just making plugins now? I am making a game, but I'm currently working on a plugin. Or working on my plugin to just bring it up to speed with all the new stuff that I've been doing. This should be single layer water, right? It's probably the best way to do it, yeah. Single layer water, material output. Let's just yeet some spaghetti. The watercolor is just a... It'll have to be a fixed thing. I want to 1 minus it to invert it, and then divide by 100. That goes into our absorption. Our color is gonna be, who frickin' knows. And then what's your end game here? Plugin or game release? Both of them. Both of them. I'm developing the plugin for the game, but also making enough money to focus on just game dev stuff by doing that. Let's go pixel. No, index of refraction, texture. You know what? Why don't I just steal this example right here? Wait, why aren't I just... I mean, it's a bit of a fucking mess. Sorry, let me catch up on the chat. Paradox, sorry. Overview of how we draw on a render target by clicking with your mouse. This games when you want to shoot your crosshair usually shoots from the camera, but that would create weird interaction where you can shoot through walls, cosmetically since gun muzzle looks too close to the wall. That's why each shot you also trace from gun muzzle to check nearby obstacles. So, what is it exactly that you want to do? Do you just want to stop the bullet? Because that's just using a line trace by channel or line trace for objects function, where you can like get any meshes that are intersecting. I'm not sure where a render target factors in to it. How do I want to do this? Runtime virtual text. No, not output. Runtime virtual text sample. Landscape. Interaction height. World height. Minus. World position. Z. Minus 5, I guess. Make a 3. Oh. Let's just make this blue for now. Translate mouse click and drag and drag. Right. So for this, we're constantly doing line traces from the camera. So camera, there's a function that can just convert mouse position to a line trace start point and direction. And then what I'm doing in the Niagara side of things is, well, there's a whole system. If I go like pris.debug shapes 1, you can see that my character has these little shapes, which I'm then sending the location, the start and end point of them into Prismatiscape, which is my interaction system. You can also see, yeah, you can see them on the mouse as well. So the mouse is just generating these shapes that I send through. And then they get read by, well, convert the render target space or the simulation space into, where is it? Here. Draw deform capsules. I mean, this is a very complex example here. Actually, I have a simple one that I'm making a video about, actually. I'm editing it currently. In here. So in this one, which I'm making a video of, we're just drawing the location and velocity of the balls to a render target. So you could do that with, you know, your mouse directly if you had it set up for that. But the basic logic is just we have an array of location and radiuses, location radii array, and our velocity and strength array. And then this is getting the world space, so converting the grid index to world space based on its resolution, the position of it, like the center position of the simulation, and then from there, we draw circles by getting the location in world space of the balls and then subtracting that from world space. And then when you get the length of that, you end up with like an orb, right? Because it's saying let's just say we're in 0 to 1 space, right? Like a UV. So here's 0, and here's 1, and 1 in the other dimension. If we have something at 0.5, 0.5, and we say, okay, what's the distance? Which is what, you know, when you subtract something and get the length, you're getting the distance between things. So we can ask, what is the distance from 0.5 for any given point on this, you know, this graph? And then, so at 0.5, the distance is 0 because they're overlapping. If we move up to here, it's, you know, 0.1 distance. Eventually, we end up with like a circle where it's 0 here and out here. This would be 0.5 distance, but yeah. The distance of 1 would be somewhere out here, I guess. So that would be a full, yeah, 1 distance. So then we just invert that, so it's white in the middle and then black on the edges. And then we just, yeah, use that. We add that to the simulation. Send the locations, material side, work side, water physics out. Yeah, so the actual, like, so that's the easy part, is getting it into the system. And then the difficult part is doing the, you know, Navier-Stokes incompressible fluid equations and whatnot. And, you know, making the velocity push the velocity around. And also push, you know, foam and flow, which is what we're working on now. Pushing flow around. Doing the ripples, doing a bunch of stuff. It's pretty crazy. Alright, we're already running into the issue with the thingo. Oh, it's also in... That's cursed as. I'm just wondering how this could work. I could also mask it. So it gets masked by the world height stuff. Even then, that might not really... But do I really want every material running the water flow logic? Could be a ruder thing, just curious why still in BP. Clear well enough to level up to CPP. I just like Blueprint. I just like it. I think it's nice. I think it's also a lot of my work is done. A lot of my work is done for the education of others. So, keeping things in Blueprint can just make it easier for more people to understand the underlying concepts of things. This is a way to render target water material with some code, but at the end of the day, limit a few textures, max 8K size, max 8K, put water everywhere. So the water, we're not actually rendering the water with the simulation, right? We're just rendering some data. So, for example, the velocity, which can then drive a flow map to make it look like, you know, this stuff is moving around. We have the data, and then the shader reads the data as a texture. And yeah, and so the simulation follows the camera around, which means that it's infinite, because, you know, it's always following us. Which, for a top-down game like mine, is perfect. But for, you know, if I go out here, you can see that the ripples will disappear 20 meters from the character by default, which is usually fine, you know, if you're like, you know, a first or third person game as well. You're not really going to notice that it fades out super soon. But then if you're moving really fast, you know, if I'm moving really fast up to here, and then I come all the way back to here, you can see all of that foam has disappeared because it went off the screen and got deleted. So that's just one of the... I mean, the whole point of this plugin is that it's supposed to be performant. It's like a performance first, and... you know, it's designed for games. Because, like, I don't want, you know, 90% of my GPU time to be taken up by, you know, things that don't even affect gameplay. You create the flow map. I didn't invent the technique, but I created the function. I've got a video about it. Yeah. Those kind of Sea of Thieves like water waves everywhere. Yeah, well, Sea of Thieves doesn't use a simulation for their waves. So like you can see here, I've got waves everywhere. which is just a shader effect. So this is all just a shader. I mean, you can see down here, there's even more. It's just a shader effect that, you know, for each vertex, they know what position they're supposed to be in given a given time. So you can think of Sea of Thieves waves and stuff. It's not like a pre-baked animation, but it's like a pre-baked animation for the waves. Like if you dropped a meteorite into Sea of Thieves water, it wouldn't create tidal waves and stuff. Yeah, so they affect the ship because the ship can, like, predict. Because, you know, like, the position of this vertex... Okay, okay. The stream does not like that. For, like, this corner vertex, right? There's a predictable position. Like I can go into this. This is actually a good example. If I go into the ocean material, and I say... I think there's a time override here. So for this given animation, let's call it, I know that at this position, at time 0, this vert is going to be in this position, and then at time 5, it's going to be in this position, and so on, so on. And, you know, we can do it back and forth and whatever. So, you know, if we're 100 seconds into the game, I know that this vertex is going to be in this position. And so when you're doing, like, the buoyancy stuff for the ships, they can just run the same calculation as the shader and then figure out where the water is supposed to be. So there's no actual talking between, you know, the shader, which is just a cosmetic effect, and the buoyancy system. They just run the same computation and end up with the same result. And then you apply buoyancy force and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so they're not reading it back from the shader. They're just running it in tandem with the shader. Yeah, predicted, exactly. There are things you can do where you actually do read back from the GPU, which computers are, or like engines are getting better at managing. Which is maybe what I'll end up doing. I don't know, I still need to decide on all of that. But yeah, so back to Sea of Thieves or just general water things. You can add interaction on top of this quite easily. So for example, imagine there's like waves here. Maybe I can even just... You know, I'll just fucking YOLO. If I go to this guy and just, oh god, I don't know, do this and final WPO. Been to read about, yeah. One thing that I think most engines can do now is a delayed readback. So it'll be a frame behind, or a minimum of 1 frame behind. But essentially the GPU queues up the readback for the next CPU cycle. So that it doesn't have to... You know, the CPU doesn't request it from the GPU. The GPU then computes it and then sends it back. And then the CPU, you know, does whatever it wants with it, and then the next frame begins. It can just be like the CPU you know, requests a readback from the GPU queues it up, and then the CPU will receive that in the next frame, which is much more performant. And that's something you can do in Niagara as well. Oh, good. Oh, good. I'm just trying to see how this looks. It's going to look so dumb. You know what? It's not terrible. Isn't this supposed to be big? I see, I see. It is big. Well, anyway, you can see here we've got some waves, and then we can add our simulation over the top of it. And that's how Sea of Thieves would be doing it, most likely. Good night. Yep. I'm so conflicted about this water stuff. I don't know how I freaking want to do it. Then it's like, if I'm going to do that, should I then just like do a water height based simulation, or just keep it purely surface based? I don't know. I feel like doing it shader based might be a better option. Oh fuck! I don't know. It's just because I have to do the wetness mask in the shader anyway, right? But maybe I could just do the wetness mask in the shader. Or again, maybe I could just do both. Where I do... Let me also just get this water flow. Stop adding extra flow, you piece of shit. Because, like, aside from the foam, if I just get rid of the foam mo. No foam for you. No foam for you. Then you can kind of, like, not really tell where the water surface starts and where the material ends. How do we be able to puddle right next to a river? I don't know. I don't know, nothing. Like, can you really tell the difference here? I can't really. The only problem is, right? Let's get Notepad out. All right. Let's look at pros. Fuck, I can't do this in. All right. We've got the follow water. Method. We have the water extension. Extension. Water extension method. We have the material flow method. And we have the procedural mesh method, where we generate a mesh every frame. Let me see what AK does. When in doubt, copy Fluid Ninja. Alright, AK, what are you doing? Show me. Yeah, exactly, Jerry. I am winning terrains. I'm winning lots. Kind of. Yeah, outside a normal surface, exactly. Because this is... yeah. Maybe? I think this is procedural mesh. And it's also a water height simulation, which I'm not doing. I'm doing a 2D flow simulation, which is like good enough for what I want to do. Whereas this simulates the total height. So this is more lossless than mine. So yeah, you can see here the height then overlaps the thingos. But see, what I want to do is, instead of having, like, flow sources, like here, where, yeah, like, this has a source, and then... Because, like, the thing is with this kind of thing, it needs warm-up. Like, it needs a warm-up time to have the result. And so if this was a... If this wasn't a fixed bounds simulation, you know, if this was following the character along, if you then walked over to it, it would have to, like... It would have to warm up, essentially. So what I want to do is use, you know, river splines and the RVT stuff and, you know, water bodies like this that are hand-placed. Use them as the sources for a simulation. And then just use simulation to augment, you know, the fidelity of it. So yeah, okay, you can see here, yeah, this is where it's blending in with the infinite extent stuff. Which, again, this is one of the things I don't like about how fluid flux and stuff handle it as well, because it's like... Yeah, and okay, yeah, you can see, yeah, and this is what I was talking about. Unless he has a fix for it. Maybe he has something to...
And sometimes we need large water surfaces. So one method to overcome this problem is to lock the simulation area to a given location and then use non-interactive patterns to populate the area outside of the simulation. And so if we keep the player inside the interactive area, he won't even notice. And the second method is we could attach the simulation to the player. Please have a look at the yellow bounding box, a 50 by 50 meters fluid simulation attached to the player, so it is always surrounding the player. Obviously, the disadvantage is if we have a complex arrangement of fluids and the player is advancing fast, we cannot build up the desired configuration.
Yeah.
Point 5.
So that's my main concern. That's kind of what I want to work around, is from a distance, the water should look like, you know, basic flow map, you know, shit water like this, with some like basic foam, I don't even know what to call it, approximations, right? It's like an approximation of how the river should look, using flow maps and distance fields and magic shit. And then the same with the oceans. The oceans are just shader driven and whatever, but then we augment it by running the fluid surface sim at the shoreline, so that when there is, you know, rocks and stuff, or like rock pools, the water can flow up, you know, and it will extend itself. It'll use the velocity and height of the shader to feed into the surface simulation to then run up the shoreline and then come back down. And so, like, in this case, I think doing, like, yeah, a mesh extension to, like, you know, we get this, we clip it up onto the height map, and then wherever there is water flow, we extend it up by another 5 units or whatever, or 10 units, so that it will be completely contiguous with this. But then for something like, oh, it's raining, and I want water to flow, or like, okay, you know, let me get this again. Let me show you something really dumb that I can do. Like, actually really dumb. Oh, does DDX DDY work with RVTs? Give me 1 second. I want to see if this works, actually. No, fuck you. It should. There's no reason it wouldn't. Actually, go into there, and then into there. It does. Ooh, now that's sort of sexual. Okay, interesting. Alright, here's my crazy idea. You not have a predefined sim state, so simulation starts after the bounding box is in the region. You could, but it would take up a lot of memory, most likely. But like that's kind of what I want to do by so like these meshes exist, like the water rivers and whatever. They always exist and they're placed by designers. But then when we get nearer to them, they get taken over by a simulated version, which essentially spawns water from here and adds velocity from here as well. And so maybe when we look at this, when it's simulated, this water actually like goes up here and like splashes up the side of this, and maybe some of it goes off this way. But from a distance, it just looks good enough. And as you get closer to it, so with the bounding box, you know, this part might be simulated, but then it would fade out into non-simulated here. And then as we get closer, more and more of it would become simulated. Yeah. 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 So yeah, I don't think a I don't think a height-based simulation is needed in this case. I think we just have the velocity and the pressure driving a height difference. Then we have flow, or overflow is more of a better term for it. Water overflow, in which when... I mean, you can see it here in the A channel, where velocity makes contact with the shoreline, it generates flow, and then the velocity advects that flow in whatever direction the velocity's going. So, you know, like this. But then the velocity can only exist on flow. And then we also apply a downward, or, you know, we apply the normals to the velocity in the flow area. And that's why it drips back down afterwards. And then it runs on back into the simulation. Heading closest to the center. What is the center? The center, in this case, is the character. So you can see, like, you know, you can see this. This is the water velocity. As I move around, it moves off the edge, you know. And then as I move back, well, all of that stuff gets erased. But yeah, that would be. And we know the size of this, essentially. So that's where we could fade between you know, the simulated version and the predicted version, I guess. No. Yeah, I mean from the simulation itself. Additive style rather than replacing it. Yeah, exactly. That's probably the best way of explaining it. Yeah. So yeah, what were we saying? We were saying, right, we're going through all of our stuff. Let's just look at the cons. The cons. So, follow water method has artifacting. Clipping on steep surfaces. Water extension method can also have clipping, but is authorable. Authorable. The material flow method is always running. The shader code, no culling. Is totally 2D. Uses fake refraction and shit. Procedural mesh method, expensive. Probably not worth it if not doing water depth sim. What about like, because like the material flow method, puddles would be doing this anyway? Question mark? Because the puddles are material based, or like, you know, surface 2D based. Unless we made them not that. Where we, you know, we have our follow water, like actually rise up and turn into puddles. Although that would mean puddles would only exist within our, you know, zone, our surface zone. And then it's like, if we, okay, well, you know, maybe we just do it for water flow. It is more than just a water simulation. Yeah, exactly, exactly. If the puddles are doing this anyway... But then it's like, okay, well... Should the puddles be 2D? I mean, like, for my game... I like... If I just think, okay, my game, specifically... Then... This is what I would go with. I would just do it completely material-based... Meaning that, like, the landscape is running a flow map all the time. I could maybe move it to a 2-sample flow map instead of a 3-sample. For the what's it called? I'll probably... Maybe I think I'll do this. I think I'll do both. This and that. So... Water extension plus material. Because let's say, like, there's just a town. And the town has a road. And it's raining really hard. And we want water to be flowing down the channels of the road, you know? I mean, yeah, doing like a water follow plane, we could do that pretty easily. I'm trying to think of a but there is no but. We could do that pretty easily, essentially. It's more just about the artifacts, because we're using the RVT height. So like you can see here, I've got a blue plane following the character around. Here. You can see it just clipping in through here. You can see it here, where... You know, like, this is a very dense mesh as well. Rest in peace bitrate. But it's still clipping because I guess the height map isn't accurate enough. And then where there's like 90-degree things, it's like guaranteed to have artifacting. The thing is, though, that the water follow plane could be nice to have water, like, flow from here and then flow down. You'd be able to see a bit of three-dimensionality to it. But then, like, is that overkill for the sake of this shit? Like, why not just do an extension method? How's this look in thingo mode? Yeah, that's fine. Also, single layer water, classic. I don't know, maybe I can get away with doing it in the material. Oh, you know what else? Okay, I'm definitely going to do it in the material. The Prismatiscape blood, or the paint layer stuff, uses the same flow map sample. They can share a flow map sample to do the normals and stuff. So that also piggybacks a lot of the... that can also piggyback a lot of the cost. That's those things wrapped around your character? Oh, what's those things? These are the Prismatiscape locations. So this is what actually gets drawn into the simulations. So you can see, you know, they're green, meaning I'm going in positive Y direction. And this way they go red. And this way they go, well, negative red. And that's negative both. So yeah, this is how we draw velocities and other stuff into the simulations. Usually for a character, you'd just do like their legs until maybe they enter the water. Then you would enable the legs and the hands and stuff. But yeah. All right. Let's begin. Does how much? All right, you know what, I'm gonna turn this into a subdivided fella. Oh, fuck you. Where? Wait, where are you? Hello? Are you around the wrong way? Ah, classic. Right, can I step on this? I can. It's a bit fucked up, but that's only because the scale in Z got changed, right? Yes, no, maybe. I don't know. Yes. Okay. Alright. One thing I wanted to do with this example or test material was to do a bit of a height lerp between some stuff. But that then gets... Oh god, this is going to get a bit messy, isn't it? Because we're going to have to do RVT shit. Runtime virtual texture, replace. And then you are the default render. Cool. Alright, let's get another dude. You can be the Rocky Ground. Rocky Ground 01? Yeah. On a virtual text replace do? So it's kind of like, do you know what the shadow pass switch is? It's like it's like a shader compile switch where so like usually what happens with RVTs is anything that goes into this output compiles a completely separate shader that then gets loaded onto the mesh for when you do the RVT capture. And so what this does, runtime virtual texture replace, is this one here is only for the shader in the main pass, and then this is for when it's in the RVT shader. So it's just a way that you can make logic way cleaner. Like, because for example, here I'm doing some UV distortion in for the textures, so that it looks like the water is, you know, like refracting, just, you know, in the material. So you can see it's like, it's jiggling as the water moves on the stuff. But I don't want that to go into the RVT. because the RVT should just be like the raw data. And then, you know, if I didn't do this and a huge distortion was being applied, and then I moved over here, it would then take the RVT screenshot with that distortion applied, and then when that distortion changes, it wouldn't update because it's taken a screenshot of it. And then when I move closer to it, like the MIP levels of the RVT might not match up. One of them might have the water distortion, and then the closer one might not have it. And then you move back away and the distortion back. It's just like, it's a nightmare. So, pretty much like whenever you do like an animated effect, and you're also using it to draw to an RVT, you want to use this to like unfuck it. How do I wanna subtract 1, add these together, contrast, and then lerp between you, oops, and you, and then that. Well, let's do RGB. I think it should be this way. RGB, you're the alpha. We're gonna do that into there, and then this can mask the B channel back out, and then you go into there. Presuming that these have the same, it's gonna look dumb as fuck, isn't it? Yeah, I thought so. Let me just do... Shit, I don't know. Fuck it, I'll just change the colours. Wait, they're getting average. Subtract 1 added to vertex colour. Right, vertex colour is 0.5 by default, isn't it? Mesh paint. Vertex color, paint, make small. Well, let me just fill. So that's filled to 1. Paint color, fill. Then paint color to 0. Why is this so fucking... Right. Strength. Oh no, I filled it. Okay, now I want to do this. Okay. Ah, fuck's sake. So essentially what I want to do here is... do some vertex color. Are you even... Okay, it is working now. I want to like paint in a little river bed. Just to show that like this doesn't just rely on geometry. Then we're gonna get this and not DDX. We want a fucking normal. Normals from DDX, DDY, strength, big. Just fucking add normals. Simple add normies. That needs to be pre-fuckized. Right, you get added here. So fucking scuff. And you're gonna go into there. You can fuck off now that we know that DDX works. Can I use vertex normals to drive DDX normals? I think I can. Can I make that way stronger? No, not normal. What am I doing? Multiply. I mean, that's literally what this does, right? Just multiplies the input by strong. Yeah, so let's do that to 1,000, 10,000. Oh shit. Is that gonna divot me? It is not. It's gonna undivot. 1,000? I think that needs to be inverted. Nice. I fucking love ever since I made the video about DDX DDY, like screen space normals, like derived normals. I just fucking eat that shit up. Like, it's so good. Like, you can just make, you know, you can just do this. Hell yeah. And it's all 2D. Weird. Do they still not have a blur vertex color? No, they don't. What a fucking trash. Trash. Anyway, so my idea is I just want to show that we can, if you're using like RVT pathways and whatever, that this can still function. So you don't need geometry for the water flow to be calculated properly. You know, I'll keep it at 1,000. Right, so let me just go. I had a thing, manage water flow, where I was just adding like rainwater to the water flow sim. Nothing. Great. Right, because I'm applying the... What's that? Fuck off. I was applying surface, wasn't I? Yeah, which I don't want to do right now. Cool, cool. Right, it's still going to get the weird shit going on. Let me just add... So wait, anything below 0.1 we wanted to use as wetness. Anything above that is like running water. Also, ignore this. I need to work on that. It's a, you know, it's a whole thing. So let's see. Water surface flow example. Here we go. So, okay, so if we get this, we subtract 0.1, and then... Oh, God. 1.11111. Just 1 point. You know, 1.2, fuck it. We let it have a bit of surface. Actually, you know what? Just go, like, bigger. So this is water. This would be water. Which is then gonna flatten the normals. And also do the color change. Oh, to be fair, the wetness would also do that. So, you know, fuck it. We ball. Let's just run this again. Ignore that shit. See what happens in here. Alright, I can see water doing water things. To some degree. The ripples aren't helping, that's for sure. True. Yeah, that would be going a bit crazy. This is our water ripple. You know, let me disable water ripples real quick. Water ripple, and water input to water sim. Water height gets set to 0. Cool. Now we shouldn't have ripples. No ripples, only velocity. Cool. Oh well, look at that. It's so dark. And then what we'd need to do is also here. So this is our water mask. We need to also multiply this shit by that. So it's only where there is water. That is where the shit happens. And that goes into... That's adding that to that. Where do we get our actual... Well, the water normals obviously need to be... Oh, that's here, water flow. Probably want to get that from here. So it's like a hard normals. So generate normals from the water. Add that to the... Well, that's the normals from here. So that needs to be multiplied by this guy. Then you go into here. Then you go into there. This multiply doesn't need to happen anymore. And that should give us the UV distortion. But only in the little water thingo. Let's make the water a bit less crazy blue. UV space water simulation? Yeah. Well, I'm doing a water simulation using... my brain. Well, using the normals. It's not too bad. I wonder if there's something interfering with the normals that we're supposed to be. Oh, that's pretty fucking intense. The DDX ones... Okay, you know what? I'm going to use the... I fucking hate using this. It's like, why not just have that as one thing? Fuck. Oh, and then you've got to convert it manually. Ugh. From world to tangent. Then put it in there. Then we've got to convert it back down there. It's so dumb. But this one is better with like distance and shit. I just need to make it way stronger. Okay, that's maybe a bit too strong. Also a bit too strong. There we go. Okay. I mean, lit mode. Yeah, so that should be more consistent between all the MIP levels. Yeah. Cool. Okay. mean, it is doing stuff. Technically, it's flowing, I guess. Question mark. And it is doing that, yeah. Let me do the pressure. You know what else might help is a power on the... Where the fuck is it? Here, vertex color. What order is the vertex color going again? Can I just like base color you? Okay. Okay. No, I can't be fucked. Fuck that shit. No, that's fine. Whatever. Came back to hack the stream like earlier. F5. Yeah, fair enough. Here's the other thing, right, is that there's damping we can do to the water as well, which makes it conform better. But then it doesn't really flow so much. Oh, that's really shit looking, right? Shouldn't that be higher resolution? Just hashtag Niagara things. That should look way more fucking... Yeah, like this. I hate that fucking bug. Like, why release this shit if you can't... You know what I mean? Why can't the Niagara system just, like, do a fucking callback to the RVT to make it update? You know what I'm saying? Just do it! I want it to look like this in here. But it isn't gonna. Because Niagara thinks it's way slower than it really is. Oh, this is doing the flow properly. Or more properly, I guess. Because the Unreal way, yeah, you're not wrong. It's a bit of a fucking disaster. Maybe I'll do it so that 0.5 is the half, you know, is like where water is flowing. That's a bit nicer than 0.1. The Unreal way. I think I've seen that one. I think I commented on it as well, saying that it was just scratching the surface. Okay, this looks, you know, this looks like water flowing. Am I tripping balls, or is that a fair assumption? Well, it doesn't look like it's flowing, it just looks like it's sitting. So essentially it's like puddles, but they're just chilling. Why is it... Why the fuck can you not be full res? I wonder if there's a way to just, like, force validate RVT, you know, near the player. What's world normal view mode? No, I can't do that. I have to do that in F8, don't I? Oh yeah, that looks like it's got the normals correctly. Although they're not confined to the water, which is weird. It should be just the water, not around the water. That looks kind of fucked up. Also, 2 should probably be fine, because a lot of it does actually reach 1. So maybe that's better. Then it's normals from DDX, DDY of this. But then I should mask it by itself. Which might... that should make it so it kind of sits on the surface more. Let me also just pump up the amount of rainwater. Would it be worth trying more realistic ground material? I could. But I think this is fine for now. I think this is good because it's got some very obvious, like, flow points. Oh, that's getting added. No, but that gets done. Okay, let's do these normals. The water normals. Added. And all of that water shit masked by the dude. Then the dude applies the distortion. Then the dude also goes over to here and gets added to the actual normals for the lighting stuff. And this is all that shit. Not terrible. I guess, yeah, as the water. Yeah. Let me see. That was like 10, right? So it was like giga hard. But obviously saturated. Yeah, then it doesn't really do much for us. Think having a game with all these world simulation effects and player interaction would tank CPU performance. How does Unreal handle all this so far? What about wind simulation, etc.? It doesn't affect the CPU at all, because I'm running it all on the GPU. As for the GPU cost, running the water simulation and, well, the foliage simulation's gone a bit fucked up. And the wind and all that. It is 1.4 milliseconds. So, I don't know, how many milliseconds do you get in a in a 60 FPS frame? I'm not really sure. $16. Okay, yeah. So it's not free, but it does. I guess it depends on what you prioritize, I guess. Alright, this water doesn't look terrible now. It does look like it's going out. And I can... If it didn't get the contrast applied... What's that then going to? Multiply by 0.5. Oh, that's to flatten the normals. Which maybe that should also be getting the contrast on it. So it is a bit less, yeah. And then obviously the wetness is a completely different thing we'd need to factor in, right? Was it a Bloodscape stream? I mean, this one is kind of also that, to some degree. Yo, Boom! How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. Reindeer. How was the stream? How was the spaghetti? There is a lot of spaghetti going on. This is like a very spaghetti-heavy stream. So if you've got spaghettophobia, I would recommend tuning out. But if you don't have spaghettophobia, then you might enjoy it. I'm currently just whacking together some really silly-billy bullshit. Texture object, water normals, water, 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 water N. What are you? Oh, you're a cool one. All right, that's yeah. Nice, nice. Flow speed max is default. That's fine. That's fine. Let's get this. Unpack normals. Oh wait, is this? No, that's a real normal map, isn't it? Normal map, BC5. Cool. Don't need to do that. Then we just multiply this by... Well... You're going into there, and then doing that. And then going down into there. So maybe I'll do that here. Add normals. Simple add normals. Add it into here. Shit, into there. And that also just comes out to here and gets the normals added, the water normals added after all the terrain normals get done and blah, blah, blah. So that can just sit there chilling. The flow amount needs to be multiplied by this guy as well. No, it all, well, no, because that gets done by the contrasted one. Whereas this one is for the, well, that's for the normal amount, normal map amount, and then this is for the, no, the speed is already multiplied by the thingos. You know? Ignore that shit. Let me just see. Where's our water? Come on, water, you can do it. What? Hello? There's some. Okay, water. It's doing some... I think that's too slow. I think that's supposed to be much faster. Yeah. Way faster, please. But is that just from the... from this guy? I mean, that's not terrible, right? Cool. Blech. Jed was here. Yeah, he did raid earlier. But I agree. I agree, your raid is much cooler than Jed. I don't know if he's still here. I hope he's still here. Needs to feel the roast. Clip. Nice. Alright, so let's imagine it's raining really hard. Then this is what it might look like on the landscape, right? That's a lot. It's quite a bit. Okay, maybe not that much. Maybe not that much. Wow, Jed sunk to a new low. Watching on YouTube? Cringe. Cringe. I'm just kidding. YouTube's fine. You guys are alright. Why is that getting so flowy? When two slopes meet, that's a very good question. And it's actually really hard to do. Because, again, the way the normals do shit. But I can maybe get it to work. Presuming those are, like, close enough that the overlap isn't too shit. Yeah, let's just see how it goes. Oh, I need to get rid of that, actually. Let me just do that real quick. Character. Let's get rid of that water follow plane for now. Alright, yeah, let's see. Does it actually impromptu river, as you put it? I'm not seeing anything right now. Right, because I set the flow to be tiny. I believe it should. Okay, yeah, you can see it forming. Yep. Yep. There's no flow diffusion at the moment, so that would technically... I mean, that's, yeah. Yeah. It actually kind of works. I wasn't expecting it to, but... If they were a bit more slanted, like this, then it would probably look a lot better. I'm fucking stuck under the... Yeah, it looks a bit weird at the seam, where it all converges. But yeah, imagine it's just like raining a little bit. This might happen, you know, at a road or something. And then as it keeps raining and it builds up and whatever, it might end up doing this. I think if I turned the damping off, like here, so turn damping off, so it's just purely, like, frictionless water, then it might be a little bit more, like, turbulent, I guess, maybe. but I don't really like... Yeah, you can see here. Well, actually, if it's done this way with no damping, then it's going to be super weird. Because if I sit on this side, it means that the water here has more time to gain velocity, which will then push the stream. But if I hopped over this side, it should push this back the other way. Yeah. So I think damping is definitely needed. Because, yeah, if there's no friction, the water from here is just going to go zoom, and then it's going to push this midpoint a shit ton. So, damping was definitely a good call. Damping pretty much just kind of slowly lerps it towards, like, a target velocity per normal. So if this was at, like, 10, then the water would kind of just stick to the normals. And it wouldn't really let anything kind of, you know, alter it that much. It looks very, like, viscous, I guess. Because it's just very quickly going to go back to its target. Which, yeah, you can see when I do this, it kind of, like, zhuzhes a tiny bit, and then it very quickly gets back to work. Going down its thingo. Yeah, this should also work for just, like, funnily shaped, or, like, landscapes and whatnot. Yeah. Oh my god, fuck off. Yeah, so it's accumulating now. Then there's also this parameter here, which determines kind of like how the flow moves around. So as there's negative pressure, we subtract flow. But as there's positive pressure, we add flow. And so that kind of makes it so that the kind of the surface level changes. Which kind of ends up being like a... almost like a surface tension kind of thing. But yeah, for some reason, again, the RVT... I can just cheat it for now at the cost of some performance. But if I get runtime virtual texture sample, virtual texture water data, normal multiplied by 0, and then add that into the, I don't know, just somewhere. The color, I guess. Kind of cursed. Do you have any incompressibility constraint? Looks like you might have negative divergence at the seams. So if that constraint, how might fix that? I don't have divergence convergence. Well, kind of. It's not a true solver for the surface water. I do it for the actual water. Let me just yeet that down there. So for the actual water, it's incompressible fluid algorithm. But this surface water stuff is a bit different. Oh my god, I can't fucking get up. Let's just do that, I guess. I don't know. Where's my character start? Yeah, so for this, for the water surface water stuff. It isn't using like compressibility and whatnot. It's just like it's either flow or it isn't flow, or flow or isn't flowing. But I kind of like tweak it based on the velocity, you know, the pressure iteration. So it's not perfectly incompressible, but it is... It kind of emulates that by... where is it? Manage water flow. By doing this. So wherever there's positive pressure, I add to the flow mask, and where there's negative pressure, decrease the flow mask. And that's just tweakable. But yeah, I wonder if this is now actually... Oh, making it in. At flow, no flow, boundaries you'd want non-zero divergent. Yeah, exactly. Okay, is that because the... Let's just do this. Okay, now I can see the actual individual tiles. From the normals and stuff, but... I'd also need to, for the like, if it's raining or something, I'd want it to start at the kind of target value rather than like needing to warm up over here. Because it's like an additive over time noise thing. I think I'd just want it to start at, you know, this kind of color. But yeah, if I was damping it a bit more, then we might see more of the normals in the flow masks. Maybe. I guess. Yeah, I can see like bits of them. That's the other thing, is that this would actually take the strength of the normals into account before it yeets out into here. There would be unpack normal, do the thing, add normals, this guy, flatten normal. Right. You need to go into there, you dicklord. I guess the hard part about doing this in materials is that I need to write some really smart material functions so that people can just like add it to their thing without many issues. Now the one thing about non-divergent, you know, stuff is that when it pulls up, it will just disappear because I clamp the flow at 1. What I could do is allow the flow to accumulate and then just diffuse it as it goes over 1. And that would essentially... Yeah. Well, okay, what if I just didn't clamp the flow? Like, for the sake of the velocity and stuff, I'll clamp the flow. Where we actually, like, you know, add velocity and shit, just so it doesn't go to, like, a quazillion. But if we do just allow it to exceed 1, what would that mean? That would... Oh, no, it wouldn't really mean anything, would it? It would just mean that... I don't know. Fuck, maybe it should be incompressible. Yeah, no, if I did just let it exceed 1 and then diffused it in those areas, that might actually solve it. Because that would then mean that this would spread out in the place that it's kind of, you know, sinkholing. It would then spread out, which would then spread it out over this pool, which would then allow it to yeet down. I can't do that in here. Oh, no, I could do that if I could do that in the same stage by getting the previous water flow. Doing a kernel. Well, getting water flow from the previous frame. Do the kernel. Up, down, left, right. Subtract 1 from all of them. And max it at 0, then diffuse it, then use that as the value to then do all the overflow stuff and all the other things. Yeah. Because I think it just looks a bit sketch, right? When it's just flowing down. And then it just reaches a point where, like, oh yeah, like we're just gonna... I'm just gonna, like, flow down this little stream. And then we're just gonna fucking disappear into a hole. It's not really nice. Although, again, maybe if I turned the damping down, that just wouldn't be an issue anyway. Yeah, no, even here. Yeah, it's still doing it. It does just get more and more strong. Which is a bit of a nightmare. But... yeah, okay. I think we should allow it to overflow. I'm gonna wee real quick, and then we will get back to work. I'm back. You see, the the kind of like problem that I'm running into now is that, like, if I'm doing like an almost incompressible surface flow, why don't I just do a water height simulation? I mean, the main answer is that it's a pain in the ass. And I can't be fucked. So that's probably good enough for me. Right, now I'm pretty sure it was delta squared. Have to maintain the total amount of height in the simulation as well. Yeah, yeah. And like for a thing, for a simulation that moves around with us, not ideal. Yeah, this is just supposed to simulate runoff from rain and shit. But it also doubles up as a water thingo-thinger, you know? A thing with a stuff, with all the things. When the thing goes brr. Although this isn't supposed to... But yeah, we can like push water from water bodies out onto surfaces. Runoff from shit. Yeah, like sewage runoff. But yeah, this little line here I need to figure out properly. But it means that, yeah, if water splashes up to here, which means if there's turbulent water in the first place, like an ocean, then it will be like whooshing all the water up like this. And then coming back down. And it should flow, well, it flows around the normals, for one. But will also flow around obstacles and shit. Yeah, I want to avoid this. Which, yeah, I think if I just do... Let me tidy all this up first. And what the fuck was this doing? That was getting masked by... How much flow did we lose? Right, that was supposed to be a damping factor for when water comes back into the water surface. Because if you look... it's hard to tell, but when water comes back in, it just like... Yeah, you can see here, it's like... It's affecting the water velocity as though it's one smooth surface, but usually when water runs into a body, it creates like turbulence. It doesn't just like slide smoothly along it. But I'll do that another time. You know, I'll even delete that for now. You get yeeted. Okay, don't apply gravity to water surface. Because a water surface is presumably flat. Right? Unless it's the RVT thing, but whatever. This is our just global shit. Global shit value. That can get yoked. This is just... This is just for debugging at the moment. And so what we want is water flow, previous water flow. We then add that was the water surface. So we're adding water flow where there is velocity at the shoreline. Is that Q? There you go. And this is saying water surface from halfway point, don't allow flow back in the water. Technically, it shouldn't really matter if there's flow in the water. Or you could argue that water is flow. And yeah, these edges. Yeah, I've just, I've pumped the normals up to like 1,000. So they look really pixelated just because they're DDX, DDY derived. So it looks a bit silly. But yeah, that will be... It'll look better. I just want the underlying system to be a bit less spasticated. So let's do our kernel here. Oh, this is going to be so bad. Water surface, you can go here. You can go up to there. Water velocity. Do your thing. Cool. Right, so we need to go grid. This is water grid. We're going to do a classic execution index to grid index. I've got one of these around somewhere. Show me the damn kernel. The pressure solver should have a float one. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful spaghetti. Spaguda man. All right. So this is going to be our water flow. Let me just do all of it. Be very careful not to click on the actual node. So water flow. How can we run this properly? Oh, do I also... No, water flow is completely independent. Yeah, that's fine. I guess we want to just grab it from original as well. How can I do this nicely? Also, I want that one there and that one there, but that should be x plus 1 and y, and then this one should just be rigid edge. Okay. So if up, down, left, right, water flow, if any of them are exceeding 1, then we essentially want to borrow some of their height or some of their flow value. Because if I'm like a dark pixel over here and my neighbors are all big ass boys, then do I want to lerp? No, I don't want to lerp towards. I guess it's just like an add, right? Like add these and divide by 4. Then get our flow. And just add this. Oh, but then we don't lose anything. Well, I guess in that case, if we are over 1... So if we are greater than 1, then we know that whatever the rate is, I wonder if I can do this. No, it's individually if they're greater than 1. We want them to overflow. Yeah, that would mean that if we are greater than 1, so let's get the amount that we are overflowing, and then we'd get delta time. So the amount that we are overflowing, that's not the fucking, you fuck off, multiply. Nice. This would need its own rate of some. Let's just call this overflow diffusion rate. You are an input. You get into there. So then, the amount that we've overflown by the diffusion rate, and then the amount that everyone around us is overflowing by, on average. Wait, on average or combined? This is just like inflow, outflow shit again. Like the blood stuff, but my brain doesn't work. Fluid dynamics with brain damage. Let's see. Let's just smack that into there from you. Okay, you can just snuggle in there. My snugglers. Wow, that's ugly. Let me just separate them a tiny bit. So now it is the original dude overflowing, and then the other dude's if they are overflowing, 1/4 of them goes to us. This is presuming that there's no virtual pipes to overcome. This is just like straight up diffusion, and then other forces will counteract that diffusion to some degree. So then it's literally just the original water flow for this pixel minus this guy plus this guy. So this is add overflow from adjacent cells. This is subtract overflow from this cell. This is our overflow diffuse rate. Because, yeah, we don't want this to, like, balloon out of control, right? That's why it's important to... Whatever we're doing to this cell, we need to imply that the same is being done to the adjacent cells when it comes to doing this cells thing. So then this is, so original here minus that. I'm going to just heat this up there. You can just fuck off. Now, you can just... You just look up there. And you can move up. And then you can... I don't know who you think you are. Fuck. Okay. Cats are fighting. Silly cats. Boy cat's such a little shit. Overflow from adjacent cells. Cool. Bless me. Alright, so then this is our new water flow value. Let's see if this works. So if I, well, for one, get the water grid. Right, so this should behave like it did earlier, where we have our... Where's our additional thing? Global rain runoff slash add. Cool. So if we are just chilling... Oh my fucking god. Why? What are you... Eh? Wait, why? Is the flow not getting... Fucking dog, right, because it's... It gets done there. And then this... I can just do it here, because the curl gradient just, depends on... water velocity. No, the curl gradient... Okay, no, this can just move to here. That should be fine. The other thing I could do is just move the water flow diffusion to later on. I just thought it would be nice to put it in the one stage, right? Alright, so now it should be getting offset properly. Blah, blah, blah. It's going to build up. Let's look for that problem area. It's like up here? Where the fuck was it? Was this... No. God. Here. Somewhere here. Okay, so this... is a problem area. Is that this? Yeah. Where it's just building up, nothing's happening. What we want to do is overflow diffusion rate, see if that changes the behavior at all. So when it exceeds 1, it'll then start to spread out instead. Which I think it's doing. I mean, that looks like it's spreading out, and that would then mean that the... Let me just double check that. So this is back at 0. It looks the exact fucking same. Okay, hold on. Okay, where's like another place that it's like... I guess here is maybe a good example. Let's just put the diffusion rate at like fucking 10. The thing is that like the diffusion is going to... It's kind of just going to feed back. I don't know. Is it even diffusing enough? Because is it... I might also be clamping it somewhere else. Here's the thing. This is the... Water farm, water surfaces. Here's the thing. Add mind against the water. Where else was I doing water flow? I don't think it was anywhere, right? One other thing we could do is to unclamp the amount of velocity that gets applied, so that as it exceeds 1, it then applies more velocity to it. Which might make it not clump up, because then the velocity is just going to get so kind of extreme that it will just overflow anyway. Let me look here. I don't know, I can't tell if it is actually... I don't know if it's exceeding... you know, if it is actually exceeding 1. I can see something happening here. I can see, like, you know, an error happening. Because I think the diffusion is just going to... I mean, like, it's better, but it's not perfect. But even then, I feel like this is a bit... of an extreme example, maybe? I don't know, that's how I'd put it. I also think I might move it to 0.1 again, so that this is just wetness. I don't know, maybe it's fine. Maybe it's not even worth doing the fucking... the overflow. Maybe we just let it ball. The other thing is this is probably a really steep normal. It just doesn't look like it that much. Yeah, this looks like identical to having the diffusion running. So it's probably not worth doing. Maybe if I... Let's just see what happens if I didn't have a cap on it. If it just diffused all the time. Keep in mind, that's just diffusing the flow, not the velocity. Let's see, does that change anything? Not really. It's kind of stupid. Is everyone having fun watching me struggle? Hell yeah, I'm glad. Okay, so that is diffusing, but again, that just kind of ruins the whole effect. Alright, well, we don't diffuse in here. My favorite thing to do. Cut. You know, I'll put it in the diffusion stage. Oh, fuck, oh, no, it worked. I'll just leave it in there to think about what it's done. Manage water flow. Water grid, don't need any more. Overflow diffusion rate, can fuck off. The water flow goes into here now. Cool. How long have you been working on this water system? So this is different from the weather stuff that I was doing last week or the week before, which is the it's called Simulation Data Fields, or Prismatica World Sim Data Fields, PWSDF, which is a less visuals, more gameplay, but still done on the GPU. So that's what this nonsense was, where it's a climate simulation for games. But then my plan down the line is to like tie all of these together to make... It kind of sounds weird. Me and Amethyst have been watching Black Mirror, like the new Black Mirror season. And there's I think like 2 episodes, oh, probably like 3 episodes about like the AI singularity and shit. But essentially, the aim is to create some very like emergent gameplay situations driven by simulating a world on like a macro scale. So currently this is like, you know, there's wind here because the land is hot and the sea is colder because it warms up less quick. All of this like mist or the blue kind of fog is humidity, and there's an updraft wind because it's daytime and, you know, whatever. And then all that humidity turns into clouds, and then eventually it would rain, and then the water runs off the mountains, and, you know, evaporation. There's like lake mist and all that kind of shit. So this is less about the visuals. I mean, it can be used to drive the visuals, like this wind render target here can be used to, you know, blow foliage around, and, you know, even like props and like physics stuff if, you know, if it's windy enough. And yeah, you can use the condensation channel to do some volumetric clouds or two-dimensional clouds or whatever. And then the water flow, which I think if I reset this, we might be able to see it a bit better. You can kind of see it pooling up down here, but that water flow will then be used to drive the water flow input for Prismatiscape, depending on where you are in the world and whatnot. So it's kind of like doing a multi-resolution simulation. So like doing a really coarse, gigantic, you know, world-size simulation that isn't very, like, accurate down to the meter, but then you kind of fill it in, you know, at higher and higher resolutions. So for this system, there could be, like, a simulation, or even just, like, driven by single parameters, driving inputs. So maybe there's, like, a global wind input thing, where you can say, oh yeah, there's like a global wind current coming from this side, and then it blows over this, and then that changes and randomizes and whatever. But then this simulation handles the local weather, like, you know, there's mist around the lake in the morning, and then that mist blows into the town. Or there's snow on the mountain, and then the snow melts, and then the melt causes rivers to fill up and shit. And then you go deeper than that to Prismatiscape level things, where it's like shader effects and whatnot. And that's kind of what I'm doing now, is just a bit of shader bullshit, as I would say. But yeah. Did it change the Niagara simulation rate? Run time takes all 2 minutes, but only to update when some events happen on the game. Do you mean the Prismatiscape one specifically, or just like particles in general? Because there is a way to do it. A custom 2D. Okay. You can use binding booleans. So you can say for this stage, only run it if boolean is true. Now, I don't know if it has to be a system boolean. Or if it can just be a user parameter. If I just do like a boolean user. TRU. Can I... Okay, I can bind it to a user parameter. So if that is true, then this stage will run. You could do... I don't know how to do, like, to reduce the update rate of something. Other than, you know, turning the boolean on and off every third frame or something. You could probably do it in the emitter update stage. You know, you could increment a boolean, you could increment an integer and if the if the integer is 0, then the boolean is turned on, and then if the integer is 1, 2, or 3, then it doesn't run, and then it loops around back to 0, so it would be every 4th frame you could update it. The only thing then is that the delta time wouldn't be accurate, because that's just like taken from the world stuff. But then you could just multiply delta time by the kind of update rate, you know, how often you're updating it, I guess. Oh, if I'm not doing overflow, then I probably should cap the water flow 0 to 1, right? Yeah, YOLO. But yeah, that method using the booleans, that's how I'm going to make that weather simulation run essentially for free. Because like, the weather system only needs to be updated, you know, once every, like, 2 seconds or so. So my idea is to do a boolean, or like a Boolean system or something that does, you know, this stage. Well, no, this stage, so the input stage, then the next frame, it does the terrain update, then the next stage, it does the atmosphere interchange, and then the next one, it does maybe this and this. So it's spread out over, like, multiple frames. Although I don't know if the way that Grid 2D or Grid 3D caches the buffers and stuff, whether it actually... I don't know. It's tough. Whether it would cache it until it's used again... Yeah, no, it should. That should be fine. It should hold on to it between frames. Yeah. Probably. Who knows? Who knows? Who cares? Right, so this is with the divergence stuff pretty extreme. No, maybe we can go further. Doesn't the RT hold last forever as long as it's not updated to keep the value? Yeah, the render target does, but the grid Think of like Grid 2D as like a render target, but it's got like infinite channels that you can use. At least that's how I think of it. Instead of RGBA, you have actual like variables. Oh, that looks a bit better. It's a bit... It's a little bit soft. Although, I guess if I wasn't adding as much shit to it, then it would clump up a bit more. No. I don't know, maybe it should be 0.5. But also maybe it shouldn't. But also maybe it should. But maybe it shouldn't. No, because yeah, this needs to look nice at least. Which means being less fucked up. But then with two... Oh god, I don't know. Shit's wacky. Am I gonna need a separate buffer for the wetness? I'm like 90% sure I can get away with just using this. Plus, it'll be maxed over, like, the global wetness, the rain thing anyway. Because, like, it never does. Yeah. So then let's get this guy, get this multiplied by big number. Where's the alpha for that? That's down here. So you're getting that. Blah, 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 blah. Goes to here. I want to max that over this. Just spaghetti it together. And that should give us our wetness values. Did I clamp that? I didn't. I'm stupid. Gotta saturate it, innit? Oh, that fucking... Right, that can dry it out, technically. That's cursed. Maybe I do want to do, like, a fucking wetness mask. Ugh. Joe Intro draws alpha as either black or white. I don't. I'm not smart enough, I believe. Yeah, no, okay, I definitely need to do a mask for it. How many channels do I have left? No, maybe I can get away with it. Maybe I just need to do like a really giga, like, inverse power or something. Made a material for static mesh deformation. Want to make it possible to apply for any other material as if applying it on top. Is there any way to do it without creating new material for every mesh? Static mesh deformation. Want to make it possible to apply any other material. You would want to use a material function. So you can convert, you know, whatever logic you're doing for the deformation and put it inside a material function, which is just like, you know, material logic inside another node. And then you just want to go and apply or like insert this material function to the other materials that need to use it. Yeah, you would still need to go and apply it to all the other materials, but yeah, it's a bit annoying. Again, that's still. Night Cow goes pretty good. Welcome to Twitch. I just noticed. It's funny. Okay, maybe I can just do the wetness mask. Although it leaves wetness around the water rather than where the water has been. Which presumes that the water surface or flow would have like a fixed... Which means that, like, for this here, I'd probably want to actually apply, like, the mask of it, almost, to the render target, rather than doing the kind of contrast and shit in the materials all independently, maybe? I don't know. No, I guess people might want to adjust the contrast of their water separately from what I've done. Oh, but if they're adjusting the contrast separately, then that means that the fucking water wetness mask is going to be incorrect. Which, like, does anyone fucking care? Oh, don't know. Maybe this is fine for now. But it would look way better if it wasn't feathered and shit. Because that looks like it's soaking in to the bricks, which doesn't really make sense. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'll do it. I'll do it. We'll fucking... diffuse water stuff. Whatever. Let's get the... manage water flow. We are then going to... get. Let's get a getter. Get a float value called water flow wetness. Which the water flow wetness could also be where the surface of the water is as well. Water flow wetness max against the water flow. But then the water wetness has a, like a, you know, what's it called? Oh, my ears just... huh? And then let's saturate that. Water, flow, wetness. Oh, we also want to do this subtract 0.1 or whatever the kind of threshold is. 0.1 mult 2, I guess. Saturate. Oh, well that... yeah, it needs to go to there. Maxed against this. Subtract this. Saturate again. That's a bit of a nightmare, but... where are you coming from? You know what, you can just stay there, whatever. So then water velocity render target. We have A, which is the actual flow. Oh, maybe I could... No, that wouldn't work. B is the foam. RG is the other shit. I guess I can put it in the old water render target. Surely there's a nice way to... Well, no, I guess if I did apply the flow contrast in the render target side of things, so that this is... So under the hood it looks like this, but then in the render target, it's more contrasty. But then we have the wetness mask in the bottom 0.1. Yeah, that should work, actually. Hold on. Because when water is covering, we know that it's 100% wet anyway. And so then it's just in that last 10th of it. So I can put it into the one channel. So we would just need to get the water flow minus 0.1 multiplied by 2 saturated But then add the, or no, max float, water flow wetness. We then max that over this. That should be it. And then that goes into the alpha of the Y. And then... Well, that'll fuck up the shader a bit, but whatever. Well, then what? Right, I need to offset the water wetness. Water flow wetness. Multiplied by our dude. Because, yeah, these are separate things. They're tracked separately, but then combined on the render target. So that's the water, and then it... Oh, I need to divide the water wetness by 10. Water flow wetness divide by 10. So you fit in there. So then, yeah, when the water goes away, there's this wetness left over. And then that wetness will dissipate at its own dissipation rate. Now that means that the water itself doesn't need contrast anymore. Oh, the other thing is that if there's like any water at all, can I just like fuck all this right off? Thank you. Manage water flow. So that's just getting this, maxing it. That should probably be higher. Yeah. Sorry, by the way, do you know any way I can use material as material layer or straight have material attributes as material param? I'm not really sure myself. I know that like some people do like the okay, that looks decent. The kind of layered materials approach. I tend to kind of compose materials based on just based on a bunch of like material functions. So yeah, I'm not really sure myself, unfortunately. Now I do want to subtract. Pardon me. Because I want to get rid of that first little bit. Oh, but then what's the point of... Well, does anything have a point? I don't know. I need to do this, right? Bit stupid. But then if I wanted to just get the bottom part, I would just be like multiply by 10 and then max that. Well, multiply by 10 saturate. And then that would go where the wetness shit is here. Something like that. Kill myself. Why does it... Oh, because we're still applying the contrast. What the fuck was I doing that for again? I can just die. Okay, no more contrast. Contrast is banned. Okay, now it's just like... Yeah. Why is it like this? Fake refraction or using the index of normals. This is real refraction. The stuff on here is faked. That's just offsetting the texture coordinates by the normals. By the water's normals, I mean. What's going on here? That can't be doing that. You're not supposed to fuck with that. Yeah, probably shouldn't do it that hard. But that's just because the normals are... Yeah, why is it like around here? Is there any contrast happening here other than that? Why is that happening? Should I just not do that? No, but then it's going to have flow at the bottom. Yeah, no, that's just wrong. Okay, hold on. Why? Huh? What the flippity cock? Flow wetness maxed against the new water flow value. Subtract delta time, blah, 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 blah. And in here, we're getting the flow wetness divided by 10. So its 0 to 1 value is now 0 to 0.1. And the water flow gets done here, and then that gets... Maybe if I just add them together instead of maxing them? No, that still doesn't do it. Why are you doing this? You piece of shit. I don't want it to be like wet until the water actually like touches it, you know? Is that just in the material, or is that like the real deal? Maybe it is just in the material somewhere. How is that possible though? We're getting this guy. Multiply by 10 to bring it to its thing. See, that's just gonna make it weaker. Like, yeah, it's still there, but it's not... defeats the purpose. Well, actually, no, that is water there. That's like actual water shit. So it must be in here. Normals, add normals. Flow maps multiplied by the water shit. That flattens the normals. Cool. Then it also comes out and goes into the wetness, or like the color shit, right? Down here. Where we're then saying, okay, this is going into the color stuff. But then we're maxing it against the wetness mask. What's with this weird, like, little two-tone bit, though? That isn't in the render target. Like, where does that come from? What about using men? No, I don't think that. Because that would mean that the water would kind of get overridden by the wetness. I just don't know where this shitty ass thing. Maybe it's like just a fucked up extrapolation or something happening. I don't know. I don't think it is. I get this. Zhuzh it up. Well, let's just not do the wetness for a second. Let's just look at the water. That looks like water, right? I guess it's because the water also has fall off towards, you know, 0.1, right? It's because I'm trying to, like, pack, you know, pack one thing into the other thing to do some sneaky shit, basically. That's why it is being annoying. Maybe I will just have to do it in separate channels. So annoying! Ooh. Wait, why is it not thinging anymore? Where's the wetness and shit? I guess maybe it is. No? What? Flow wetness divided by 10, maxed here. I mean, that's not too bad. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I think it's better that we save a channel than have this, like, basic effect be, like, giga perfect. I think this is fine. Water splashes up. whatever, you know, the river is flowing and the water splashes out onto it and whatever shit. And then it leaves a wet patch, basically. A wet patch that can't be, you know, just dissipated for no reason. So then when we do... If I make it rain... Wherever the fog that was. Here. You make it rain, then what happens? God, I've been doing this stream for freaking ages. Fuck. Oh, right, because now it's... Ah, I see. Maybe we'll try this. Not as extreme. So it's raining. It should be wet. Okay, maybe that's not enough to wetten it. You guys are weird. Yeah, I'm just not sure whether I want to, like, make the water more contrasty. Like, I don't know. Shit's tough. Like, here's the thing, right? What if this is supposed to just be water runoff after it's rained? And, you know, it's all supposed to be, like, drying up, for example. Maybe I'd want the wetness to only apply, you know, like 0.2. And then wetness... water flow 0.2, you know? Like, I want it to be wet where the water is, like, pooling up and stuff, like this. But not necessarily, like, everywhere, that it's just kind of like accumulating. So yeah, this maybe is a bit better. But should it be even more contrasty? That's like ×4. Then what if this was ×4? Then how does it feel? Because, like, I kind of like when the water's a little bit gloopier. Where it's more like, yeah, there's water here, you know? Rather than like, oh yeah, it's like some very wishy-washy water. Like, yeah, again, this is probably a better example of it. So yeah, this could be like water runoff after a storm, but the sun's come out and all of the wetness has dried up, you know, over here and whatever. Ignore this shit. So cursed. You make a waterfall using Niagara 2D? I don't know about a waterfall. I mean, you could. Well, actually, yeah, no, that, yeah. No, I get what you mean. You're giving me ideas. Stop it. You're banned. You're gonna get me in trouble. It's a good idea. Because, like, if you look at even like fluid flux, which is kind of the benchmark for like water stuff. If you look at the waterfalls, they don't look great because this is the problem. You can see here that just like kind of zhuzhed out. The problem is that the waterfalls are, it's a top-down simulation. And so the waterfall kind of just like, you know, just kind of like zhuzhes down, right? Like it's a part of this surface simulation here. And like, you know, it looks great. He also does vertical velocity. I need to... I don't want it. Too much fucking effort. Or is it? Yeah, too much effort. But yeah, like you can see here, it's just going really fast. Because it's top down. The flow map is top down. So what if you did... like the regular old stuff, but you did like a 2D sideways projected simulation. And did it that way. Because like you can see here, this isn't like bouncing off and like leaving a cavity under here and whatnot. Because again, it's top-down projected water flow. So yeah, you could maybe pass it off to a 2D simulation on the other axis, and then feed that back into here. Or you could even do this one just to, you know, have the velocities coming off of here and the velocities continuing down here, but then anything past a certain normal thing would be thingoed. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, now we look at my... we have fluid flux at home. Yeah, okay. So yeah, again, if we splash, we can bring water up with us to the shore. And then this will also be used for the shoreline, you know, shore waves. Will feed into this. So in that regard, it's probably good. Better in some regards. I mean, mine's definitely a bit easier to get started with, I would say. Is that not drawing to the wetness there? Like, how and what and why? Where's that even coming from? Well, yeah, someone was saying that before. Where's this coming from, and why is it not drawing to the wetness mask? I mean, now it is, but... yeah, that should definitely be fucking... yeah. Maybe it's also that this is a bit high now. Yeah, maybe waterfall. The only thing about waterfalls is that it's kind of not out of scope, but it's more of like a standalone effect, whereas Prismatiscape is about it's about render targets that follow the character around. So yeah, I don't know. Or the flow of a spline mesh, correct? Yeah. Yeah. All right, what was I actually trying to do tonight? I've like totally forgotten. Right, the water flow surface something bullshit blah blah blah. What the fuck happened there? You fucking shitlord. Fuck you, bitch. Cool. Okay. Right. We need to do the thing with the stuff. Thing with the stuff. What does that mean for us? Well, so we need wetness under the water. Well, no, that's the other thing, is I don't want... Oh yeah, everything under the water needs to have the wetness mask applied. But it doesn't... Well, yeah, so that just means a fucking... a classic RVT sample. Loves a good old runtime virtual texture sample. Water height. Cool. World height. Minus this guy. Divide by 10. Water submerge mask. Oh, that should be this. Yeah. So then what we want to say is, like, for a thing, when we are submerged underwater, don't do the other shit, right? Water submerge mask. When we're underwater, don't do any of the water flow stuff. Kind of. Like, don't do this shit. Water submerge mask. 1 minus. Let me just see how that is. Okay, so submerged in the water. Although that's other way around. So maybe I'll do it. Where the fuck is it? Here. Yeah. Do it like this, so it goes 10 units up. And then this is where it isn't. So we want to use this to yeet this shit. So yeah, don't do any of the water flow, whatever, under the water, because we've got water. However, we do want the water submerge mask to max over this other stuff. The 1 minus of it. Or not even maxed. I guess it would be added. No, fuck it. We max. We ball. So now the water makes it look like, yep, that's all wet and shit. We shouldn't get any flowing. Not that you'd really notice anyway, but fucking whatever. And then as water comes up, it does water things and whatever. Kind of want it to blend in a bit nicer. What if I just get the water flow from here and just add that to the WPO? That's not even... I'm done. That would be in the water material, if anything. Although that's going to make it go a bit fucky. Because there's that weird thing happening. But technically it should, yeah, extend it up a bit. If this was the right color, that you couldn't see this boundary. I guess it would be the opacity of it, yeah. Or if the base color was 0. Am I using water plugin? No, I'm not. I'm not a water plugin enjoyer. This is my own water plugin, I guess you could say. Okay, so now it can, like, seamlessly blend between water and other water, or surfaces, sorry. Although, the thing about this is that the color of the water, like, it doesn't give a fuck about the color of the water. So... Well, no, we can presume that this wetness color, because it's that color underneath the water, right? Like this. Yeah. The other thing I need to do is, yeah, like, stop this kind of shit from happening. Which I think should... I don't know. Finally finished the water sim? Not quite, not quite. Or not the blood yet, if that's what you were implying. Well, the blood stuff is kind of... it's hard to show now, but the blood stuff is kind of there. This is just about shore waves and whatnot. For, like, the beaches and also just rivers and whatnot. But yeah, this, like, flow here... Oh, God. All the flow here. Let's just see what happens if I, like, beef the shit out of it. Out of the rainfall stuff. I mean, maybe if I made it dissipate quicker. I just want it to make more concise little streams when there's runoff, right? But it needs to be kind of responsive. And I don't know if this is the right way to do it. If I, like, beefed this up... really beefed it up. Like this, right? Now it's really fucking in the cracks. Now it's crack-a-lackin'. But it means that the flow that comes out of the water does some wacky shit. You know? Like, it doesn't really behave like water sloshing out. Because the negative pressure, you know... I mean, it's not terrible. Fuck it. I think the wetness definitely helps it look less shit. Was I go the blue tint on the water? Do you mean this water or this water? Looks more realistic? Okay, okay. Yeah, I mean, I can tweak that. Weird yeah, it is a bit jelly. It is a little gelatinous. Although, like, the thing is that I can counteract that by adding more velocity. You know, like gravity times 2 or something. So that it flows back down quicker. When's the crack not deep left? Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of just putting it there to make it a bit more obvious. I mean, this looks quite nice. I'll give it that. Like, this looks like runoff. And this is with a very high value as well. Like, if I pump the shit out of it... 0.5... yeah, then, like, even if I run up to a new simulation zone, it, like, pretty instantly starts doing water shit. There are some... again, it's not incompressible. But, I mean, it looks pretty fucking dope. And then as that does its thing, then, yeah, it's not terrible, not terrible. There's definitely a balance between it being, like, too rigid and being... yeah, I think maybe that's good? Oh, that's also with double speed. This is with quadruple speed, or quadruple gravity, I guess. Which, I don't know, maybe I should just let it... Because this is with gravity 1. Although there is also damping, right? So if there was no damping, or no friction, then it will be very sloshy. And the stuff up here will gain, like, infinite speed before it gets down to there. So I think this is definitely needed to bring it back to, like, a stable velocity over long distances. But then... Right, that's global rain / runoff. Well, okay, I can probably relax the contrast a bit if I... No. Magic numbers, magic numbers. Is it just material thing you separate this later measurement? This is just materials here. This is just purely material bullshit, as I like to call it. So yeah, it's like completely two-dimensional. Although you can see it being applied to a water mesh, like this water mesh. But yeah, it's being driven by a render target. This one here? No. Wait, what's those normals being generated by? Oh, I can generate the normals from the flow as well, can't I? In here. Do I want to, though? Do I want to just add... No, that's dumb. Wait, why is this... You know what, don't worry about it. Yeah, so this thing here. This is like the water flow here. Which we can alter, you know? Like, we can swoosh it around and whatnot. It'll eventually converge back to a sort of stable solution. But the nice thing is that this follows us around everywhere in the world. So it kind of like, you know, generates it on the fly, I guess you could say. So wherever we go in the world, there can be, like, simulated water runoff from, like, a storm or something. Which is kind of neat. And it conforms to the normals of the terrain. So yeah, so the thing is that this looks 3D, but it isn't. But like, yeah, this is just a normal map. But we're using the normal map to drive the simulation. Which is dope as fuck. Which, I don't know how this would look from, like, first or third person. Oh, it's not even that bad. Aside from, like, the pixel artifacts from the DDX, DDY stuff, but... yeah. The refraction definitely helps. Yeah, this isn't doing it any favors. Maybe I could... yeah, fuck it. You know what? Let's generate the normals at the render target stage. Because if we're using like a deterministic, you know, water contrast and shit, then like that's easy mode. So let's just get water height. You do your kernel shit. Then we do water flow. Which would have to be this as well. So water flow right. Do this. Although the DDX DDY is way cheaper. Oh, that's the fucking wrong thing. Fuck off. I meant down here. Because the reason that it's shit is because we have... yeah, bilinear sampling, and the DDX DDY can't keep up with it. I guess if we did normals, it wouldn't be that much. It is like another kernel. Let's experiment. We'll see what happens. Multiply by fucking 10 or whatever. Add that shit to our normals down here. I guess. What was that coming from? Pressure velocity gradient, yeah. I went very deep down that path. Very, very deep. But it will definitely make for some very good YouTube videos, which I'm currently editing slowly. Very slowly. And then everyone can do fluid simulations for whatever bullshit they come up with, you know? Alright, let's see if our water not... So where are... okay, that's terrifying. Ooh, there may be a little bit too... cray-cray. Right, because they are like the whole Hold my dick, hold my dick. Let's just do ×1. Maybe, yeah, maybe they'll be a bit too blocky. Ah, that doesn't look too bad. They are the wrong way, though. I think. Yeah, right? That's correct now. It's supposed to bulge out. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Shadow, shadow. Cool. Then in the material, I would need to tell it to chill the fuck out. Because I don't need to do the DDX DDY anymore. Which is down here. Which is getting the flow, DDX DDY. You are no longer DDX DD needed. Yeah, that looks way smoother. I wonder if DDX DDY fine would work, but I don't know, I don't think so. It looks nice and gloopy. We gloopin'? Maybe if I didn't push it up into its ceiling. Then it would be a bit more, yeah, it wouldn't like kind of cap itself here as much. Although, did I end up capping the... I did end up capping the flow, right? Yeah. Which maybe I shouldn't. Which might mean we don't need to do... the other thing. Because now it can go above 0 to 1. Does that functionally make any difference? No. In theory, it should make it so that where water is converging, its velocity should... its gravity should increase. But I don't know if functionally it's doing fuck all. It should also stop it from, like, capping out. Should be a bit more blobulous, but I don't know. Oh, it still gets saturated here. What if I just maxed it against 0? Or if I... fuck, if I subtract 0.2 from all of these, technically I should... No, because they get subtracted from each other. Yeah. Well... No, yeah, no, I'd need to do this. So this should get rid of that kind of flat top. In the... Okay, so we can see that they're definitely going past a value of 1. So maybe I can use that to my advantage and do a weaker normal map. The only trouble with this is that the water like all of the water's normals get combined into one thing. Also, are the normals getting multiplied by the flow? Flow here. And water submerge mask. This is the flow. That's doing the thing. They are getting multiplied by it. If I wasn't doing that, I just said, yeah, like do the normals. Whatever the thing says, the thing says. Okay, that kind of makes it bleed out a tiny bit further. Not shit, though. Whereas this kind of trims it in a tiny bit. Right? Or does it? Let's look at it here. So this is normals wherever. Yeah, okay, yeah, you can kind of see it distorting over here as well now. Whereas when I do multiply it by the flow mask, it's a bit more contained. Which I think is what we want. But yeah, it is quite gloopy right now, so... I guess this would all have to be adjusted in parameters and shit. Someone was saying the watercolor or the tint is a bit extreme, which I agree with. I guess this would have to be material parameter collection, so that, like, if you wanted an area that has red water, you'd be able to lerp that based on, like, the specific area that you're in. Ooh. It's ink. Why can I not do negatives? It'd be a 1 minus, right? I'm just fucking around now. That's not... Why is that not inverted? Or is it? Hold on. Oh no, it is. It's just very cursed. I guess there's not much color going on. That looks weird. Why does it look like that? I don't like it. Right, so a lot of this essentially just hooks back into the puddles logic really easily. And then puddles also exist, and also... Well, puddles act more like this, right? Where, like, you can splash puddles and they'll then overflow and whatever. Almost transparent. Yeah. That would be white. Maybe slightly... Yeah, so that's transparent. But I'd usually make it a bit darker. And slightly bluer. But I think subtlety is the key. Like this, you know. It looks cold, it looks like water. I think making it too grey is a bit boring. Can make it more. Yeah, here we go. Why does that... Oh, because the flow here is... Yeah, that's funny. Milk stream. Gross. Cool. Emissive water. We can do that. We can do that quite easily. But we're not going to do it right now. So if this was lower... then it won't conform as much. I guess we could even like use this as a parameter. Like as it gets more and more flooded. Like flooding versus, you know, runoff. If there's like no mass conservation, then it literally just does this, right? Where it will just flow right over everything. It'll still like do, you know, the velocities will converge in humps and whatever. Okay, that cursed. Because of the scale effect smaller, the folding of the water looks a bit large, kind of like it's more viscous. I can increase the simulation size. Or resolution, sorry. Yeah, so if I went and Prismatiscape, Manager, Water, Resolution, It's currently at 512 by 512, but if we went up to 1K, which 1K is like the maximum that I'd ever recommend putting a grid simulation. Because at that point, you're doing 1,000,000 cells, right? So now it should be a bit... There should be more detail. But yeah, about the viscosity, it might just be a matter of increasing, you know, or decreasing the damping. Or like the friction, I guess, is more a better way to put it. So this will kind of, yeah, run over. It'll gain acceleration more. Yeah, it does look a bit jelly oozy. That looks a bit more watery, I guess. The other thing might just be that the refraction, the fake refraction, is too much. That makes it look really like, yeah, like gel. If the refraction was way more chill, it might look a bit more like water. Like that. Yeah, like, fuck, there's so many ways to tweak it. Like, yeah, that's very low friction looking. Whereas this brings it back down to its... You know, adds friction to it, so it doesn't accelerate out of control. Don't use with this flowing all over. Yeah, true, true. Is a specular high too? I don't think I... Yeah, the specularity's 1 where it's wet. And now the roughness is 0. Where it's wet, I mean. The other factor is the flow map that I'm using. So the flow map speed might be too fucky. If I just bypass the flow map, you can see what it looks like without it. Boring as fuck, apparently. Yeah, without the flow map, there's just no detail at all. But maybe there's too much of it, you know, currently. Maybe the normals of it could be chillaxed or whatever. I mean, the strength of the normals is multiplied by that. Yeah. Pretty dope. Pretty dope Pope. Popius McDopius. But anyway, this is all... this is all irrelevant. None of this matters. What we want is... this shit. I need to do this shit. So... let's just turn off global runoff. No more runoff. I'm already in fucking this. Let's do that and then that. Okay, runoff is disabled. We've got this. We can push water up onto the shore. Very cool. Game finished. So I think I want to move it to a height map based approach instead of normals, because the normals aren't ordered. When the normals get rendered to the RVT, which is dumb as fuck. So I think the better approach is to draw things to the interaction height here in the world height, but then add their height stuff, their height texture, add that multiplied by 10 or something, some amount. What do you mean by not ordered? So if we look at this big boy here, which has the normals, if I put this guy, let's say I get another one, and I put it like this, and I yeet it halfway in to this guy. So, you know, according to the normals, it should look like this, where like this one is intersecting. Let me just spin it around a bit as well. It's like intersecting with this, and you'd want it to end up looking like this. But what the RVT does, for some fucked up reason, is it will draw one and then the other and overlay them on top of one another. So if we look at this, you can see that it's drawing Like, there's no Z ordering, right? Like, it's drawing this one after this one, even though in reality it should be clipping through it. Which completely breaks, you know, this whole system. Not ideal. There's like a super easy fix to it, but I just don't want to compile engine source. Like, it's so fucking basic. Like, why can't they just not fuck it up? You know? Like, it is really dumb. It is. I know why it happens. Because the RVT, if you're compositing like color and specular and roughness, you can use an opacity value, so that if you were like stamping down, well, I guess I'm doing it right here. If you were stamping down a sticker, and you wanted to have opacity so that it could blend over the top of another thing, like this, I guess, then you need to take a screen capture of one of them with the opacity, and then composite them one by one with the opacity, you know, multiplied by the opacity or whatever. But, like, it's like, it's impossible to draw normal maps with opacity, because if we actually just look at normals, not RGB, it does some weird fucked up shit. Oh, maybe... Actually, maybe they fixed it in... You know what? Let me try one thing. No, because it's going to... Oh, no, because I'm remapping that. It does some weird thing where, like, every pixel, it flips between negative B and positive B on, like, a sub-pixel level. It's just real fucked up when you try and use it normally. But I don't know. I just wish that it could be Z-ordered. And it would be so easy. Depth author through Niagara and order it. Yeah, I mean, you could... I mean, like, I could take a screen capture myself, but it kind of defeats the purpose of using the RVTs, where the RVTs are, you know, texture that's automatically offloaded to a texture, and then I can just read it super easily. But yeah, I don't know, it's just a bit of a nightmare. Maybe I'll be able to get it to happen here. If I said normal and then opacity gradient into the opacity, maybe we'll be able to see if it... Okay, that doesn't look too fucked up. Maybe they actually fixed it. Oh, no, maybe it's a compression issue. Hold on. Water data. Because I've disabled compression on this. Okay, no, maybe it just... Maybe they fixed that in 5.5. Oh, you also get, yeah, this fringing at the end of the thing. But yeah, maybe they fixed that weird bug. which is nice because that means I can use the normals for the flow data, the river flow map stuff. If it's fixed, that is. Which it does look like it. Interestingly enough. Yeah. Oh, but do I want the... I mean, yeah, then the annoying thing about... nah, because we get the fringing. Maybe I can still use the normals for... No, because it gets normalized. Oh! Does it get... Does it get normalized during or after the composition? If I do Z into the normal with opacity. Here, okay. They haven't fixed it. It's still fucked. Yeah, well, there's that bug that I was talking about. Why is it working with this then? I guess because it's... No, but this is also normalized. It's just... I don't know. I knew they wouldn't have fixed it. Dogs. Oh, is it because... Wrong one. I don't know. Yeah, again, more fringing and shit. Although... And it happens even without texture compression. Makes sense they wouldn't depth check and would instant do flat stamps. Yeah, but... But then the ironic thing is that 90% of the time, anything that is drawing to an RVT, you're usually drawing it to the height map as well. Like to the landscape height. So, I don't know. I think they should just make it more of an open-ended system where you can configure, you know, some kind of asset or like how all of the channels are stored. Because at the moment it's like, oh yeah, you've got base color only, or you've got 16-bit mask 4, or you've got base color normal roughness, or base roughness specular, or then you've got the, you know, YCOCG compression, and then you've got this with the mask, and then you've got just world height, and then you've got displacement, and it's like, just like, I don't know. I have a big rant in my my RVTs video, which goes over like a lot of annoying things about RVTs, of which there are like a lot. What the fuck's happened here? Right, it's fine. Alrighty. Oh, we probably don't need our resolution set to 1K anymore. Alright, what the fuck was I doing? Something to do with water? Right, the splishy splashies. So, if we look at our water velocity RT, we go here, we can see that at the boundary, we have this gradient, which is our, like, water surface gradient, which, you know, a bit stupid. Yeah, and that's, like, kind of generating itself. Right, no, we were going to move to height map-based stuff. So in water, get water data. Water grid location, world space. That just gets our water pixel location. Then we get water pixel location, blah, 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 blah. Sample RVT, blah, blah, blah. If we did... I mean, a lot of this prep stuff... Ah, there's also distance fields. I haven't even fucking... Kill myself. Alright, I can just sit down here for now. Alright, we get our... Which one's this top one? That is our landscape height. We then want to use the world height, but we want to quad sample that. Oh. So bad. Maybe I'll do it in a secondary stage, honestly. So sample RVT. Then in a follow-up stage... I could even... I can't do it there. I could do water flow here. Curl gradient, then water velocity advection. That wouldn't work. Because this alters the velocity. This is getting stuff from back here. Actually, no, all the way back there. Can I do a DDX? Derive Z? No, thanks. Oh, as in the normals. Yeah, no, I can't do screen. Because there's no fucking screen, is there? Alright, manage water flow, kill gradient, water velocity advection. Well, actually, if I advect the velocity, then afterwards I can then add more velocity, because this doesn't use any... So maybe I can do water flow here without it fucking anything up too bad. Maybe. Yeah, that's fine. YOLO. Cool. Oliver, how's it going? We are currently doing silly things. Okay, so if that's getting done there, then I just need to do... Ah, but I don't want to do it every fucking frame, do I? I just want to do it on setup. So maybe just a new setup stage, which I might have to do for a few places, but the idea is that the setup stages are only going to get run when the render target gets repositioned, because currently the render target gets repositioned every single frame, which is like, well, it means that the RVT and all of the data is getting resampled every single frame, just so we have access to it and whatever. But what I was thinking is if I let it kind of like drift a bit, and then every few meters or so, then snap it across, and then only in the areas that have not relevant data, I could just sample the RVT in those pixels and add it to the new thing, only on the frames where it gets repositioned. And then because all of the simulations, I could make all of the simulations stagger or like quantize to different values, you know, offset by some amount. So then it's like all of the simulations get shifted and you know, all the relevant data gets sampled again. They get shifted and whatever on different frames. So it like spreads the load rather than like every, you know, 50th frame we have a big jump in performance. It would like spread it out over multiple. That's like another optimization that I want to put in there, which would reduce overhead. Like it would reduce the initial overhead a shit ton. Maybe. For some things. Possibly. I don't know. I will be right back. I'm gonna get a snack. Hello, I'm back. How is everyone? I have coffee. I have more coffee. My 3 a.m. coffee. Not to be confused with my 2 a.m. coffee. Alrighty. Let's rock today. Right, so we have this water sim setup. Pardon me. This is called water sim post setup. Not on simulation reset, thank you. So this is going to generate our our height kernel. If we want to get technical. And there's one more thing I wanted to do, which is integrate distance fields into, well, just a lot of shit, honestly. For example, are there any, like, donuts? I guess cylinders might be fine. Something like this, right? Where it's, like, bent. And so from top down, it looks like, oh, this is, like, fucking, you know what I mean? Because, like, height data alone can kind of be misleading. So I do want to factor in DFs. Which shouldn't be that hard, because we know the landscape height, we know the water height, we can then sample the distance field at XY, the simulation, but then sample the distance field. Well, no, because the landscape is fucking... we could sample it slightly above the landscape. And maybe mask it by some shit. I don't fucking know. There's a way to do it. I believe. Let's also just get a sphere. Chuck it. Let's turn this into a sphere, actually. Pardon me. Good enough. And you know what? No, we'll ignore that for now. Let me just put a light down. Lights are nice, right? We all love some point lights. Just to see the 3D-ness. The 3D-nesses. Yeah, so again, because we're using normals for this, you can see the water's flowing over this, and it doesn't give a fuck, because the normals aren't ordered. So, post setup, we need to do I guess it will be... It'll be a scalar, because it's the height value. So let's get this guy, smack this bad boy into there. So we've cached the thing. We then want to go here. Scratch module. This is called derive water flow normals. Very good. Then we want to derive D's normals by getting... well, okay, so the other thing is that the... Do we... well, we can presume that the water normals, where there is water surface, is up. Because, like, we can presume that. And then, obviously, where there is water surface, we can then use this shit here. Oh, we only need the height and velocity for that. Doesn't matter. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Who cares? So this would be the... Get water surface. This is our world height. Oh, that just gets water surface. So here we would need to... What height? Landscape height. And then we do that because of the gradient. But I don't think I care about the gradient. Let's just do this into here. This is called landscape height. And again, we're just getting this every frame, and I don't care. You know what? I'm going to call it water landscape height. Which is a bit fucked up, but... Water landscape height. Right, so this is water landscape height. So we want to do this guy minus this guy is our X normal, and this guy minus this guy is our Y normal. Make 2D. Now this is giving us the difference in height, not necessarily the normals. Which... Normalize it. Fuck it. Oh, fuck off. You shitlord. Normalize. There we go. That should be fine. Maybe? I don't know. So then this was called... Instead of get water surface... That was called water flow normals. So I want to... I guess we can override them in here. Water flow normals. Water flow normals. Though that's going to say that this is all water now. Or like, sorry, is flow stuff. which is probably fine, honestly. Now they're not behaving. Water flow normals. I haven't set the water grid because I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, now it should be. Excuse me? What the fuck are you doing, huh? Water flow normals. Let's just remove you. Right, so now there's no flow normals. Is that because the water surface, water landscape height coming from this guy, world height, which is the landscape height, which is the landscape height. Oh, could it be that these aren't drawing to the landscape height? Runtime virtual thingo. No, land interaction height. Prismatiscape, land interaction height. So that's getting that, saving it as water landscape height. And in derive water flow normals, water landscape height. Water landscape height, water landscape height, water landscape height. Doing that. Maybe it's the normalizing that's fucking it. Water flow normals. And then in manage flow, we are getting water flow normals. Water flow normals. Hmm. (2D) water flow normals. Let's grab you. Oh, you know what it might be? Oh no, not on... Yeah, I'm just dumb as fuck. Data interface, water grid. You fucking dickle. You doodle dicker. Alright, although now they're not normalized, so they're gonna be, yeah, extremely angry. Very angry. Hilarious. Yeah, it's very steep. Although technically that could be a good thing, because against like a gigantic fucking thingo. So what would a 45-degree angle be? Oh, I guess it depends on the cell size, doesn't it? Like going from here to there. So derive water flow normals, we get this thingo, which is just difference between from cell to cell. Oh no, it doesn't care then. So then... no, it does matter. Because we need to know what the... Does it matter? Yeah, because then each pixel... Yeah, it's a different... Okay, yeah. So we need the sim size. Sim size woos. We need the number of cells. Sim size divided by number of cells. Then we divide our normals by that guy. So now we have the true height difference between, you know, one thing and the other. Where the fuck is my character? Is what I want to know. What the fuck happened here? Excuse me. What did I... Hello? Right, sim size world space is an input variable. So that's dividing by 0. Classic. Simulation size world space. Cool, cool. Alright, that should be alive again. Cool. Okay, so now it is... Well, you can see it's flowing around this guy. Nice. But it's very fucking strong and also very low resolution. And that would be because... Fuck my life. Land interaction height. That is so high res. That's like fucked up high res. So it must be because nothing is sampling it. Oh wow, who would have fucking thought? Let's just sample world height multiplied by some minuscule number. Land interaction height gets added to the thing. It's gonna go white, isn't it? Up the top? It's not terrible. Whatever. Now is it gonna be high detail? Way higher detail. Alright, so then we need to... Do I really want it to be the flow normals? Or... Right, I can't normalize that. I mean, this is telling us the slope in world units, which is probably a better thing. So maybe I can just say manage water flow. And... Oh, fuck, these are gonna get all fucked up. I mean, if I did... no. Well, I mean, yeah, but no. Yabba no, but yabba no, but yabba no. Alright, let's just maybe magic number it for now. Where we can say, this is what it used to be, and now we're just gonna, like, fuck yeah. Maybe not that bad. Maybe it's just like 10 or something. Oh, fuck off. Water flow normals. Okay, now you're flowing. But... Right, but the fucking... the height that we're adding here probably isn't enough to, like, overcome the fact that... Fuck. Let me... Water flow normals. You can go into water RG. Okay, that's not too fucked up, right? What did it look like previously? No, we didn't do this. And we instead got it from this guy. Fuck you, normal. Water flow normals. How does it look? Well, like fucking shit. Because this is no longer sampling it. Oh. I hate that Niagara doesn't... I want to cry and I want to die. Oh my god. What the fuck? Do the... it's the wrong fucking RVT. This shit's so fucking whack. I hate it. How'd you learn to do this? I don't know. I don't know. Alright, that looks pretty much the same, right? I mean, it should be the same because it's the normals and the slope combined. So why the fuck is everything so sad looking now? Water input, manage water flow. Let's get you back to normal. So that's pretty chill. But obviously this is all fucked up. That looks relatively normal. Relatively normals. Ha 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 ha. But then if I'm derive... Oh, fuck off. Remove... Close everything. Give me the damn system overview back. When we get the... This thing. Duffing, duffing, duffing. How does it look? Oh, it... Can I, like, force a MIP level on these? Like, fucking hell. You're shit. I wonder if... Trying to think of a way to keep the RVTs up to date around the simulation. Because it also takes... Oh, maybe I could... draw... Maybe I could have like a tiny little 1 pixel plane with a material that samples every single fucking RVT that's relevant, but then draw it to custom depth so it never gets culled. Although I'm guessing, no, I'm guessing it does. like MIP, like actual pixel space shit to determine whether an RVT tile is visible or not. I wonder if you can just, like, force an RVT to update at a location. Runtime virtual. Cast the runtime virtual texture. So if we had a reference to it, can we dirty? Mark. No, that's for networking. Update. Upfate. Update. No. Is there anything like RVT? No. Is there anything in runtime virtual texture? Run? No, fuck me. Parameter value? Wow, what are you? Fuck you. Runtime virtual texture streaming proxy? Question mark. I don't know, it's so fucking buggy. It's so buggy, but it's also so useful. Okay, so if I'm getting this stuff... Yeah, so what's the go here? Oh, well, for one, it's just fucking stupid. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, that's the wrong landscape height. Land interaction height is what we want. Okay, now it's got the proper normals and shit. It is flowing too fast, but let's try half the normals. Charlie horse? I'm not a horse. Alright, let's try 0.25. Again, it might just be that the landscape height add isn't strong enough compared to the overall slope. Like if I said in here, let's add 50 units. Then it's like... Okay, now it has more height data to go off for the textures themselves, but I mean, again, maybe I could up the divergence correction. Yeah, that should flow over this to some degree. Because yeah, now it's just flowing over the height map rather than the normals. Well, I guess either way we have to stick with this. Because, yeah, we need to use the height map. Because, like, if this was a landscape... I mean, technically we could just use the fucking normals, couldn't we? But, I don't know. Let me see what happens if I... If I do this, and then... What the fuck happened to you? Okay, there. Money. Well, yeah, anyway, now I should be able to, like, intersect planes and for it to flow here and do all that kind of bullshit. And technically, it should be able to, like, flow here, but I don't actually know what would happen there. Obviously, it wouldn't be a continuous... Let me turn this into a cube, actually. Cube man. Static mesh. Cube. What was this called? Water flow. There we go. So yeah, like a steep thing like this should show up as like, yeah, like a really strong normal. Technically it should accelerate down fast, which is a bit unrealistic, but like, maybe if I had some kind of particle thingerer. Yeah, it's like teleporting from here to there. There's not much we can really do about it, though. The other thing is the amount that we're adding to the RVT should be kind of scaled by the texture size. I really want it to be in the cracks, though. Is that maybe just a divergence compensationator? Hmm. Right, we'll get the actual water normals in again. Come back to these and are like, how did I do this again? Yeah. A little bit. A tiny little bit. Tiniest, littlest bit. A lot. That should also be, once we add that, well, multiply by 25, and then subtract half of that. Or even, hold on. Subtract 05. Then multiply by the height. Then add the vertex color shit. And then, yeah. That should make it so that these bits that we, like, painted as divots should flow more. Yeah, it pulls into here a bit more. Why are we not drawing input? Oh, what the fuck happened there? Oh, sheesh! We've got some fucking game of life shit going on. So what's this? Is that from curl? That might be a curl artifact. I think it's because the normals need like a max clamp value. So that needs to be clamped at like, I don't know, 10 and fucking -10, -10. I don't know. I guess. That might fix it. Potential. Where's our shit? There it is. Yeah. Oh, no, there's some more. I guess it's just a little bit. Maybe that is the. Oh, maybe it's feeding back, actually. This is feeding back. No, we still get some... Yeah, no, it must have been that. Right, yeah. You know why? It's because... we allow the water flow to go past 1. Maybe we just... I don't know, give it a reasonable magic number clamp value. Let it go like 3 or some shit. But yeah, the gravity velocity can then create a feedback loop with positive pressure, which then creates more flow, which then applies more gravity, which then... Who fucking knows? Who fucking knows? Who fucking cares? Okay, that looks decent. Ah, right here. Yeah, that's terrifying. Oh my god, the controls on the Prismatiscape like demo thing is just fucked up. Alright, in, flow, down. Brightside, how's it going? I'm currently just doing some recreational water flow bullshit. Would not recommend. Well, okay, you know what? I would recommend. It's fun. Kinda. It's almost like this isn't conformity anymore, right? Like, once it's past some... Yeah. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Alright, this is probably good enough. Ooh, why is that getting flow kind of everywhere, though? I didn't think we were supposed to be getting velocity outside of flow. New water velocities, target speed, normals, da da da. Are you gonna get back to combat and all that? I don't know. Sometime. Soon, TM. When it excites me. When I'm excited is when I'll do it. Right, apply water surface and fade. That should be getting water surface and water flow. Well, water flow... Yeah, you know what, that's fine, whatever. Because we don't want velocity outside of the water flow. But then that kind of creates feedback. Sorta. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the point, though. But now it's way too... Because, yeah, the water shouldn't have velocity where there isn't water in the first place. How's it look when you put your head underneath? I don't know. It's all two-dimensional. I think rather than multiplying, I might even do a min. So like length of the velocity. Let me try this just for the water flow shit. If I do... Oh no, because the length... I want to do length of velocity. No, that's going to be the same result, isn't it? Fuck it, let's just YOLO. Float. Water flow. Oh, no. Yeah. Go back then. No, fuck. Go all the way back. I had it good. Back here. Yes. Good. Yeah, fuck, I don't know. It's a bit of a shit show. That should be minus 0.2 times 2. That should then be saturated. Then added, then saturated. So yeah, now we're getting way too much fuckery. It's so annoying that I hadn't factored that in earlier. I guess now if I turn... Where's manage water flow? If I turn this down again, it might just be fine. No. Because this is adding... Yeah. Fucker. Because, like, we definitely need to dampen the velocity where there isn't water flow. But then it's just going to feed back. No, I guess this is just bigger number, right? You know what, don't even fucking... Just do this. It's just gonna make it kind of act like it was earlier, though. But yeah, I don't know. Because then we're, like, damping the... velocity, which... Okay. Or do we just let the pressure sim... No, because we want it to slow down. Is it velocity driving the flow, or is it flow driving the velocity? I don't know. I just want to die. It was looking so good earlier. And now still looks good, but not quite as good. It's all because we had to, like, convert it to using height map rather than... Now it's just too, like, beady. Maybe I can just not damp it. You know? Maybe I just let it do what the fuck it was doing before. Apply surface and fade. Let's just put you straight back into here. No, but that's gonna... Again, that's going to get rid of velocity where there's no water surface. Which is, well, the fucking landscape. But I want that because we want things in here to block water velocity. Like if I do this... and we have water velocity, and we smack it into that, that should bounce off it. Well, yeah, you can see it happening right here. It goes around. Maybe I just do this. A really fucking high... input. So, like, if there's even the tiniest smidgen of... This is fucking stupid, though. Like, yeah, the flow works well. The flow's... Oh my god, this fucking controller. Like, the flow looks good. And it's, like, going into streams and crevices and whatever. It obeys the normals, kinda. What about surface data? Yeah, all this water is just, it's in the material. Yeah. Yeah, there shouldn't be velocity here. Really. But if we damp the velocity too much, then we get... Well, we get pressure differences because we're just deleting velocity. And then we get these weird wave feedback loops. Which I don't like. I don't know why they're there. I want to die. Well, at least if it's like this, then... So, if pressure issue with water, no fluid gas every time second last. Yeah, kind of. It turns out I was just making the WPO just way too strong. And the normals from the water velocity. So I've kind of chilled it out a tiny bit now. But now I'm working on some surface water stuff for like the oceans and rivers. So they can kind of overflow and do water things. But I'm just having some trouble because I had it looking so beautiful. But that was when I was using the world normals to drive the flow. Wait, when I'm doing the... applying this... Don't apply gravity to water surface at all. Cool. We don't want flow on water surface. Oh, that's what I fucking... Whatever. Over here... So this is our water... No, that's delta time. Water flow. And then adding that to... some other shit. That's to generate more water flow. Add velocity to flow on slopes. I should be... If I do this, hold on. Is this just gonna fuck me? This should only be adding velocity where there is already contrasted flow. No. Sinkholes? True, true. Some good slime. True. What if I just turn the runoff down? So wait, so what has changed since the last stuff? Like, since it was working. We switched to using a derived normals from height map. But technically we should be able to get it to, like, balance the same. And then the other thing... So, like, again, if I... Let's just put this back up to whatever. And this back up to full force. The damping's the exact same. Let's just get this and tweak it to be more like the original value. This is very flowy. Flowious. Because it thinks the normals are like way, way steeper than they really are. And then when the... here we go. When the runoff was at 0.1, it looked good. Like, it would quickly do its thing, but it would then, even quicker, you know, converge into streams. Not converging very quickly, is it? So what's our diverge? Okay, if that goes up, then how's it looking? I also think it's not going fast enough now. Now it's doing weird feedback shit. Any improvements to RVT latest version, by the way? No, not really. It's, yeah, they added, like, a new... Yeah, the Mask 4 thingo. But, like... It's not really an improvement. Really. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's essentially just another, you know... I don't know. I wish they would add, like, configurable configurations. If that makes sense. If I put this up further... Like, yeah, if I... No, then we're getting into really the fuck zone. we're like, yeah, we can change it so that it's more like this, where it's going into the cracks and stuff. But that means adding 100 to the world height. So, and this gets read by the interaction stuff as well. So that means if I'm standing here in this crack, then it thinks that the landscape is -50 here, but then +50 here. And so the interaction's going to suffer because of that. So, like, this should really only go up to, like, 20. But then if that's up at 20, it means that things aren't going to conform to the normal map as much. Which, again, maybe isn't the biggest deal because, like, who the fuck is doing this on a flat surface anyway? Like, this is just a purely flat thing, right? If this was, like, a mesh, like a fucking cliff, rock formation, maybe the quarry. One of those big-ass quarry meshes and shit. Okay, maybe one that isn't totally fucking dumb. Quarry... Where's, like, the big-ass one? Quarry 10? That one's decent. So if this was, like, an actual mesh... Maybe I should have done that over here. Fuck. Deep the water, the flatter the surface would be. Yeah, that's true, that's true. Like, it would just scoot over it. But, yeah, I don't know. Let me just yeet this down a tiny bit. We'll keep our balls there as well. But yeah, if we have a real mesh, then it will behave more... I don't know. Less dumb. Because it actually has bumps and shit to, like, coalesce inside of. Right? So yeah, I don't know. I guess the normals are fine being at like a lower influence level. I guess the normals are just there as like a backup. Probably. Why is there a Ripley like that? Because it's water. Water goes brrr. Because there's water running down it, basically. Although that's a lot of water. So that was just at one. One runoff. Have you done water with networking before? No, I haven't. I have not. See, now the divergence is over fucking. That's a technical word as well, by the way. Let me in. Yeah, no, sorry, Fool, we're in the middle of tweaking it. We are tweaking it. I'm very well aware how water behaves. I have been outside before. It's not as simple as press the make water look like water button, you know? There's a bit of finagling. Why won't it coalesce properly? Well, I guess it dries out pretty quick, but... And it's just gonna... Yeah, when we go over here... Well, that's kind of cursed, but... It's gonna add more... Yeah, it's not gonna diverge quick enough. Which, like, this at 0.1, I liked. I thought that was quite neat. Because it would, like, quickly... It would quickly turn into flowing water, even if we're running fast. Now, this pooling down here, I need to do something about. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is okay. But again, it isn't... It's very goopy. Slightly goopous. Thank you, thank you. Maybe if the damping value is higher. No. That's for the wetness stuff. This was... We didn't end up doing that. I mean, again, this isn't too bad for it being a completely 2D flat surface and only going off the normal maps. And then up here, again, it's not converging quick enough. But then here, it's much more like streamed-ing. And again, I think we can presume that most, you know, areas in the game aren't going to be fucking flat surfaces. There's going to be some geometry to it. So, yeah, let me do that. And then, I don't know, maybe I just let it... If that goes higher... If that goes higher, then we start to get feedback where it does these kind of weird waves, right? like this. These big kind of like flowing things. Which isn't ideal. Maybe we double the gravity influence, but then double the damping. Yeah, not bad, not bad. So it's getting pushed twice as hard, but then it's getting slowed down twice as hard. What if we did it even more? 3 and 3. Okay. Fuck. This has just turned into a fucking tweaking stream, hasn't it? Kill myself. Since I was born. I don't know about that. Yeah, just remember that this is supposed to just be like trickling water. Like when it's raining and there's water kind of, you know, just dripping down shit. This is what that's supposed to be. Supposed to be. It's essentially like a flooding simulator. That's true, the water isn't real. Alright, I'm happy with this for now. Now we have to actually do, like, the real shit. At some point. Oh, you know what I did want to do? Is the distance field. Well, I wanted to at least dick around with the distance field stuff. Because at the moment, right, if we have this. Also, the distance field stuff could be handy for even, like, the other interaction systems. Not just the water. But, like, for example, right, if this is going this... What the fuck? Huh. If this is going like this, and it's really long... Oh, fuck off. It's really long. Long boy. Then... the water... Because it's drawing to the height map. If it's overhanging... Where the fuck is it? Right, if it's overhanging, it's going to act like... you know, some fucking stupid... Like a wall, essentially. Which is dumb. So what we want to do is... How do we... if we had the fucking... I could do it in this stage. Derive water flow normals. We can get distance field. How the fuck do I get the distance field again? Distance field... Calculate global distance field. Distance field surface GPU. No. Wait, distance field. Okay, let me chuck that into here. Cool. Let's get global query mesh distance field GPU. Field sample position. Okay, so we know, well, we know the normals of this, of the terrain, and all this shit, because we're making the normals right here. Can I get 2D water pixel location world space? Is that the name of it? Water pixel location world space. Water pixel location world space. Nice. I remembered. So let's just presume this is not drawing to the RVT. To any RVTs. You're banned from the RVTs. But we still want it to act like, you know, like a thingo. So how can we do that? We could... we could get the negative DF values and just add them to the height. Presuming that it actually oh, but the fucking... Oh, no, that would work fine. Yeah. Distance field. Alright, let's break you. Let's make you... Oh, fuck off. Make position. XY. Then the Z is going to be the water landscape height fella. Grab it from here. Float. Water, landscape, height. Smack that into here. That's going to be the Z. Maybe we go a little bit above it, though, because... reasons. So let's sample 15 up. Then from here, we can get distance to nearest surface, divide by... Does it do negatives or not? I think it would only work for like capped things. Because like if I just said sine and flip that on its head and then saturated that, then multiplied that by, I don't know, fucking 25 or something, and then... Oh, I'd need to do that earlier, wouldn't I? Because I'd want to then calculate the fucking normals from it. Let's just do this real quick. Just see if it... Oh, that doesn't even make sense. Oh, I could get the... yeah, normalize you. Well, actually, no, to 2D. No, normalize. Then turn you into a 2D. So you're a vector. You're going to become a 2D vector. X, Y. We're then going to multiply you by... Fuck off. Going to multiply you by this mask. And then add you to here. Potentially. See what happens. Terrifying. Right. Christ. Let's see, where are we? Nothing really. I don't know if it actually gets... Oh, no, you know what? Hold on. Maybe it's just that, I didn't fucking sample it properly because I'm dumb as hell. Oh, that? Wait, does that look like it's doing something? That does vaguely look like it's flowing around the distance field. Obviously, it's, you know, doing shit up here, but... Water flow normals into this guy. Yeah, okay, fuck. And it's only where it's intersecting, or slightly above where it's intersecting. Give me a fucking... Bitch, give me a fucking thing. Where's my damn... Ah, is it because it's... movable? Alright. Let's see. Yo, Paula Robin, how's it going? Welcome. I'm currently doodle dickin', as we say. So this is definitely... Yeah, now that's nice. And it's... Yep. Okay. This is neat. Very, very interesting. That's like a negative infinity value. Okay. Why is it, Oh, is that because it's reaching here and then yeeting itself? Yeah, it is. Look at that. How was the stream, Robin? What were you up to? How can it be doing that? Is that just because it's... Oh, because it's sampling it and there's nothing there. No? Yeah, no. What the fuck? Judgment-wise level today, big mage tower room, basically have the player in a static position. Ah, is meant to be brought to the scene into a level instance. I'm not sure if that would provide any benefit immediately or not. I think level instances are good for when you're doing like multiple levels. Like kind of compiling them all together. Do you have used instance static mesh components? I do. Quite a bit. It kind of depends. So when you merge meshes, you can merge multiple different meshes into one kind of giga mesh, I guess. Which means it only takes up one draw call. But then if you are doing... If you've got a lot of the one type of mesh, like, you know, 1,000 of the same tree model, then it's better to use instancing. Because whenever you merge a mesh, that big merged mesh takes up a unique footprint in VRAM. Whereas when you instance a mesh, it has the one little, you know, mesh in VRAM, but it uses it multiple times. So it's kind of like both of them are useful for different things. Oh good, oh good. Is it because of this, maybe? No, it isn't. Okay. Is it because... Now it's not even there. So I need to get the 3D normalized. Right, can I do a safe normalize? Fallback vector is, yeah, whoever cares. Yeah, that's better. Right, because then it will add 0. Haha. That'll just get yoked out of there. That's the thingo threshold. Da, da, da. Okay, that fixes our thing. Okay, that's really handy because that, yeah, sampling the distance fields is a game changer. This changes everything. If I just did this at the height of the of the landscape, I would have presumed that it would clip into itself. Because the you know what, let me jump over here. I'm currently doing a water flow simulation for like when it's raining. Sounds a bit stupid, because it is. But it's also going to double up for things like shore waves on the beaches, and also when there's like a body of water and you like splash water out of it. Or when you jump in a puddle, it will, you know, scoot the puddle out everywhere. So it's a multi-purpose, very silly. And probably not worth the time and effort. But, you know, I like doing dumb things. That's kind of my whole thing, right? I do dumb things so that you guys don't have to. Can do muddy water, muddy water / carrying debris. Muddy water, potentially, yeah. I guess that would just depend on how it's set up. But then carrying debris, I could do... Actually, yeah, no, that would actually be pretty easy, as long as they were GPU particles. Yeah, could sample the terrain layer and change the color of the water based on that. But it wouldn't carry the mud down. Although it can carry paint, and you could use paint as muddiness, right? So I've got like a paint simulation, which is for like blood splats, mainly. Which I think you can see it in a VOD. Let me get my VODs up. From to Bloodscape for the Blood Dev. Did I even end up doing the blood in this one? Okay, yeah, we did. So there's like a blood sim, or a paint sim. But then that paint sim can disperse through the water. Like this. And so the blood sim will also read from, or advect itself and diffuse itself based on this water flow stuff that we're doing here. So it all ends up interlinking. Interlinked. So yeah, these are all emitting distance fields, but it just... It's quite happy. Oh wait, no, that changed. Hold on. Ah, okay, hold on. So this is now with DFs. It doesn't change it that much. Maybe I just need to sample it higher up. 25 units above. Yeah. So if these are drawing to the interaction height, they won't sample themselves. But things that are not drawing to the interaction height, like this cylinder. Where are they? This guy here, he will be fine. He'll get things flowing around him, which is great. Alright, it's all starting to take shape. And yeah, this is taking... Wait, why is that? Hold my dick. Hold on. Why are we not getting... this guy? This texture and shit. What did I do to the fucking... water surface flow example, blah, 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 blah. Lerp. Unpack normal. Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. This needs to be RGBA. RGBA. Then, can that actually... Is that happy to take in a vector 4 as a vector 3? I mean, it seems like it is. Then, after here, we need to get the height stuff. God, it is not going to be fun trying to figure out all the fucking... all of the frickin'... what's it called? The stuff. Maybe I shouldn't add this to it. Maybe I should be lerping it. Right? That would make like a quintillion more sense. You know, so use this as a lerp between the landscape-derived ones here and the doodle-dick-derived ones. And that can just fuck off, and you can fuck off, and you can fuck off, and then we go here, and then we go back to here, and it's pretty happy here. Yeah, it's not too shit. Right, cool. So this is really handy for the water as well. I was thinking, right? I was thinking using my brain. It might possibly be possible, possibly, to to use distance fields as a velocity input for like the water sim shit. So like instead of having to have, you know, circles drawn directly into Prismatiscape, could instead draw distance fields sampled at, you know, just above the landscape or whatever. And then the way you would derive the velocity from them, because distance fields obviously don't have a velocity, but if you were getting the internal faces again, so, you know, these kind of normals, fuck, how do I explain it? So we have like a shape. Let's say it's like a ship. Right? It's like a boat. And that's probably a fucking terrible example. But let's say it was like a big, thick, continuous ship, whatever. It would have negative normals, like a negative normals going in, like a gradient. And then Can it carry dead ragdolls? You could. For rivers and stuff, it's easy. Yeah, like you do it how Fool said. You would just, if they're colliding with the river mesh, apply a force. For this stuff, the little surface flow nonsense, you would need to do a GPU callback. So you'd want to have your actor's position, that would then query Niagara and read from a render target, and then get the value back on the next frame. And then you could see, okay, what's the velocity, what's the water amount, what's the whatever. But you'd have to be doing that all the time. You can't just like do a line trace and get a shader effect. Yeah, it would have to be a different thinger. Different thinger entirely. What was the B? Oh, that was the height, wasn't it? Right, because positive pressure. Yeah, interesting. That looks cool. I need to wee. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Hokely McDahokely. Let's go back here. Okay, so we don't need ball sack anymore. That can be removed. This lerp is good. Quite happy with it. Then... So that's all good. The other thing is this would work with like physics simulated stuff as well. Oh yeah, sorry. So my idea about using fucking distance fields to interact with shit. You could compare the distance fields on, you know, frame 1, or yeah, you could compare distance fields. So wherever there's negative distance, and then on the next frame, it would have moved, you know, to here or whatever. So then you could do a... some kind of fucking kernel doodad to get the thing. Although, the problem is that you'd only get it on one edge. Like here, probably. Which isn't ideal. However, if you had the distance field gradient, then you could get the difference between... Ah, no, because they're not... Oh, well, no, yeah, multiplied by the distance. I'm pretty sure you'd be able to get, like, a fully solid velocity from the distance field buffer. Alright, we don't have to debug the surface normals anymore. Alright, one thing I do want to bring back is the water ripples. Yes, it is time. So, let me just grab... Can I just, like, sink these down? Kinda, yeah, whatever. So this is just our regular old water sim shit. Doing water sim things. Ah, I also wanted to... Just for this fucking thingo... I'm just going around in circles, just tweaking things that don't even matter. The goop is back. That's right. Ah, that's fine. Whatever. So yeah, the ripples. Because at the moment, there's no ripples. It's just water flow, which is dumb. Very silly. Silly boy. We definitely need... Oh! Hello, little chicken! What's wrong? Ripple simulation, height to previous, blah, 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 blah. We also need to... Hey. Up, down, please. Thank you. Apply water surface and fade. Where is add input? There we go. Add water input, water height. This guy. Excuse me, lady cat. Yeah, she's a bit silly. All right, so there's our ripples again. Doing ripplious things. Oh my god. We should also be able to ripple... Oh, now we're getting fucked up feedback. Yeah, we should also be able to do ripples here. Like, the ripples should be able to carry on into the... Yeah. Which is a bit silly, maybe. But... That's water velocity. Okay, here. Okay, that's cursed. For reasons. Well, yeah, it's just carrying off into here. But that's because... Maybe I just need to mask the velocity and the other stuff separately. Just not even fucking worry about that shit. But let's get the water flow. Subtract 0.2. Multiply by some number. Do that. Yeet that. Then... Well, no, let's just don't even give a fuck about the velocity. Just let it do its thing. Probably. Right? I don't know. Let me just fucking chuck this in. Water height. Just get multiplied. Well, no, because it needs to be added to the... So, go back to... Fuck. Do this again. Just fucking do it. And then that goes into here. That fucks off. This can just do its own fucking thing. Just don't even worry about it. So now we have the ripples. And yes, the ripples don't just carry on into fucking nothing. But they technically can... Yeah, carry up onto the surface water shit. Which is handy. Makes it kind of look more like fucking whatever. What's with that gap there, I wonder? What's the B channel in the water doing? Because that isn't... the same as this. B channel water. Ready water RTs. This guy up here, the Z is the water height. Oh, so it's the WPO. Water height. Water ripple height. The pressure. Right, that would be because it's positively pressured here. Because the damping is trying to slow it down. And shit. Or something. Who knows? The alpha is the water... Wait, hold on. Water foam is in the alpha. It's also in the B of that one. So that doesn't actually... That can just stay at 1. Who cares? Yeah, right. Okay. I wonder why... Like, the wetness... I've got so many things open at once. The wetness is like... Yeah. I don't like that. It looks fucking dumb. Where am I doing the wetness shit? Manage water flow. We're doing this, maxing that over water flow wetness. Subtracting a fade out, and that becomes new water flow wetness. Does that need to be, like... slightly thinner? Question mark? I don't know. Like, why is that flowing? That shouldn't be water flow. That should just be wetness. But I guess because of the water flow... wrong dude. Can I just, like, put you in here? Thank you. Minus 0.5 as 100. Saturate. Max that. Question mark. No, because now it's just never... Right, I see, I see. So I'd want to maybe even do it less than the water, but then it kind of... I guess in that case then, it's better to just match the water. Like this. No. It would be times 10? I'm so what the fuck? This shit's fucking fucky. I think it should be this times 10. Because it's the first 0.1. But now there's no contrast. But this is all wetness, which is correct, but it's not. So it should be like this. In theory. This is all because I didn't want to fucking... I just, like, did not want to... deal with... having a separate channel for the wetness mask over the water flow. Which maybe I just need to fucking not be a little bitch about? I don't know. It's possible. Possible that I need to stop being a little bitch about it. What do you reckon, Lady Cat? How? Excuse me. No, that doesn't need to be times by 10. Yes, I know, Lady Cat. You know, that's fine now. I mean, hey, at least that looks like it works. If there are splashes, then it'll actually ride up the wall. That's flowing into here and doing water stuff. Not terrible. Not terrible at all. Right, what the fuck was next? Let me just close the engine real quick. Or maybe I should... do I want to wrap up? I've got energy, even though it's 5 o'clock. In the morning. 5 hours past midnight. Yeah. Give me a smooch. Armpit. Got my sweaty armpit. He's gooning. Cat gooner. What are you doing? What are you doing, little chicken? Excuse me. What a silly girl. Are you good? Hey, do you want to sit up here? Yeah. Here. No. Off she goes. Oh, gosh. Alright, we have a fresh Unreal Engine that doesn't have any memory leaking whatsoever. Sorry, I didn't have it open. We have it open now. Hold on. That looks shit, that fucking wetness. I guess because we've got downflow, right? Yeah, so one thing I need to figure TF out is when this water reaches into here, I want to dampen its velocity. So let's, you know, I need to keep that there. Let's turn the flow up to like big number. So it's like it's flooding. Or there's a river terminating here or something. Manage flow. Let's put you up to 05. So we can see here, the water is flowing down and then hitting the surface, but it just like keeps going on, which is dumb. It's silly. It shouldn't. It's not how That's not how it works. So, the main thing is when we have flow, we generate flow when velocity is pushing water out this way. So when velocity reaches here... Well, I guess we still add vect flow that way. I don't want to have to do a flow gradient. Yeah, we need to know when velocity is entering. No, that means I've got to do a fucking gradient. Oh, no, I can probably just get the normals under the water surface. If I get the normals at water surface boundary mask, I can just piggyback off of that as the normals, because it's kind of guaranteed that it will be pretty much in the right direction. Then I can just do a dot product with the velocity and be like, if the velocity is going against it, then it's fine. But if it's going the other way, it needs to chill the fuck out. So that would be done in here. We have new water velocity where we've added the flow shit. But is it even... This isn't even to do with flow, really. It's more to do with... I mean, it kind of is. Yeah, no, it is. So let's get the new shit. Dot that against the water flow normals. And then we need to mask it here. This guy. So basically, allow velocity to come out of the water, but don't allow it to go into the water. So this is like the boundary part. This dot will be 1 if they are the same, -1 if they're not the same. So we want to negate that. So now we have 1 if they are similar. Saturate that. Then multiply that by delta time, wherever the fucking bitch man is. Multiply by delta time, then 1 minus it. Oh, and also a float for like damping when entering the fuck zone. Then multiply the new velocity. Okay, this is like a big clusterfuck. Let me just yeet it down for a sec. Multiply the new velocity by that, so that it should slow... That's a fucking... You should be a vector too. So now it should slow down when it enters the water, but it should remain normal when it exits the water. Let's, like, really crank that shit, soldier boy. Is that working? Oh, hold on. This needs to be normalized. Probably, yeah. Normalize that MF. Let me also turn this off for a second. Let's just see if we can exit. Maybe it's the wrong way around. I feel like that's not very much water coming out. It should just be dot. Okay, so that's coming out nicely again. I think. And then when it enters, it should... Yeah, not really give a fuck. So when it comes back in, it's pretty much getting cancelled out. But it can still exit pretty well. So that means when I pump this shit up big time, we shouldn't see it kind of... Yeah, okay. Okay, so it's not running off into the water anymore, although it can run out of the water. Epic win royale. That would also imply that it is creating a pressure. Can I view the render targets, please? Okay, this is good. This is good. Here. Water velocity RT. Yeah, so it's zeroing itself out big time. But this can still flow out. That's so fucking sick. Hell yeah. Now, what's that doing in terms of... Well, the flow obviously gets delete. Because we don't flow in water. Right? Ooh, pardon me. So that's a velocity RT. This is this one. So there is a big pressure build-up. Positive pressure. It's just that our pressure doesn't currently draw to our ripple stuff. I want this to be like rippling here, right? I want it to be doing this kind of shit. So we need our pressure. That would be here. Add water velocity and wind to water sim. Let's get our water height. No, water pixel location, wind density, wind pixel. I'm not even simulating wind right now. Right, water velocity. No, not even water velocity. We want the fucking... Not water velocity length. We want the pressure difference. Not velocity. Yeah. Duh. What the fuck was that? Where did I get that details panel from? Fuck you. Okay. Let's get... water velocity and wind to water sim. Do we offset the water pressure? No. I could do it down this end. Water pressure solve, water pressure solver, water projection. And it's kind of in the... What was this doing again? Water flow. 100 water projection. Right, because that needs to actually project its thingos onto the thingos. Yeah, what if I just got the water velocity pressure and same thing here. That's not no, that's not delta timed it either. That would need to then be multiplied by delta time, I guess. I don't know. Let's just hack it together. So water velocity pressure, get the absolute of that. Well, let's divide it by some... Well, it needs to be noisy, right? Period O2. But then divided by giga number, 100. Get the absolute of that. Multiply this by the absolute. And then get the water height, or the ripple height. And add this to it. Now this might explode, but it's a much better... Oh, yep, there it goes, there it goes. We are exploding. Right, because the... Okay, let's say above a certain threshold. Also, let's maybe divide by 1,000. Above some pressure threshold. That looks better. Because, yeah, here's the thing, right? We want the... Fuck. Oh, God, that's fucking terrifying. When we have water, like, moving around, we want it to draw to the ripples. Now we go O5. Well, no, because that... Fuck, let's do that. I guess. Oh, God, I don't know. Okay, that's a bit more fucked up, but, you know. Because I was also thinking, right? We might not even need to... Because, like, I manually calculate, like, a shape for the character and stuff to draw to the ripples. But I might be able to just have the character draw to the velocity, and then the velocity draw to the ripples without any kind of fuckery. Let's do this by 100 again. Okay, you can see here it's like very extreme. But it is working. Like, it is drawing it to the ripple mask. Which also means that, by extension, there's just rippling happening when shit enters the water. Here. We get ripples. Like that. Which is different from the velocity entering the water. The velocity isn't entering the water, it's just causing ripples when it slows down, because that slowing down creates pressure gradient. Or divergence, or convergence, technically. I mean, that's not bad like that. What if I just did it a bit more noisilier? Now it's a little bit fucked up. You can see it like in here. It's like really bumpy and shit. Maybe that's good though. Let's see what happens if I just don't draw water input to water sim. If I don't draw any stuff. Water input strength, blah, 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 blah. Water input, float, sign for noise. This stuff multiplied here, added into here. Let's just do this. So now we're not directly drawing ripples. We're just letting the velocity draw the ripples. It's a little bit cursed. I think I can make it. Add water velocity and winter water sim. Oh no, I was doing it at the projection stage, which is a bit fucked, but so that's just drawing pure noise from the velocity, or from the pressure, which is pretty not terrible. Maybe fuck it up a bit more. But then I'm thinking, yeah, maybe I should manually add it from inflow stuff. Although that looks okay. Like this. The other thing is, currently I'm like 100% damping the velocity. Like really hard damp on the velocity, so that this velocity here isn't getting into the water at all and doing this kind of stuff. So what I could do is, well, fucking not do that. So when we apply water surface and fade, that isn't... No, I was doing it in flow. Right. Fuck off and fuck you. Down here, this absolute shit show here. If if I just damp it by like, you know, delta time, 1 delta time per second. Huh? You're so funny. Can you move, please? Then we should get some inflow. Hey, excuse me. Yeah, so this is where the water ends, and then we're getting a bit in. And then it's calming down. Maybe if I go, like, 4 or some shit. Yeah, so now it's making it in a tiny bit. Which is what we want. We want it to do some kind of... It's also going to depend on the slope, isn't it? But now it's really coming in and then rippling. Which is nice. Like this. Like that. That looks great. Alright, if we did water flow not flooding, but just like a healthy amount of water runoff, and then the water runoff should run into our shit, wherever the fuggles that is. Here, it's a bit weird, because that's not... Like, yeah, I want this bit here to do some ripples. Which I guess it is, technically. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know whether I need to add... like... like, specifically add a turbulence thing. So wherever there is velocity going into the water, I manually add more ripples. Like this. Yeah, at least it's kind of like it gates it. A one-way gate. I just don't know what's happening here. I think it's because what the flow is dissipating before. What happens if I allow flow on the water? What do you reckon, Lady Cat? Bad things happen? Maybe? Not really. Oh. I mean, is there any reason that the water surface shouldn't be water flow. Like, should the water surface always be water flow? Aside from weird shit happening, but that would make sense. Because then we can just advect it. We don't have to worry about the, you know, when there is velocity here and it's at this thing, generate flow. Because in theory, if I just wanted to be like, oh, let's plop down, I don't know, a water source, Minecraft water source block that was just drawing flow or just water surface, I'd want it to then run down and do its normal shit. Yeah, let me try that real quick. So that's still the same. That gets added. We don't want flow on water surfaces. I don't think that's true anymore now that we have a proper way to do the velocity gating, like one-way velocity shit. Which means that water surface. So water surface is different. So then we get... Well, no, again, we don't even need this. We just do water flow. Fuck all that. Well, water flow plus the global flow input. So let's just do that there, and you can go back into here. Don't care about this. Oh, you know what you say there. Because then it's flow, add velocity to flow on slopes. But that gets manually masked by the water surface. Which I could say add velocity to flow on slopes. I could make it so that the water is just a flat normal. But then we wouldn't be able to do... We'd have to generate a water... Yeah, no, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. So now we've got flow everywhere where there is water. Or we should. In fact, it should just be water surface. Water surface max water flow. So that, yeah, wherever there is water surface, there is flow. What have I done now? Water velocity. Okay, we have flow everywhere. Technically, we're... That doesn't make sense. Right, because we get rid of it. Okay, you know what? Let's max it at the end. Let's tell that to fuck off. Then, with the flow, increase, decrease flow by pressure. That's for the runoff stuff. Clamp it at 3. Water flow, whatever. That can all die. This can also die. That can die. Let's just do this plus this. I wonder if clamping the flow is a better idea, actually. Clamp it at 1. Can we notice a difference if it's like this? But then I'm like, okay, let's like clamp it at 10 or something. Is there a difference? Yes. There's a visual difference, but not necessarily a... Oh, yeah. There's not functionally a difference, though. I mean, that's a thing, right? The water's either flowing or it isn't flowing. I think that's a fair assumption. Yeah, Peak, how's it going? Main water movement using flow maps? Yes, kind of. The normals moving around, so like once it's not ripply, that is using flow maps, yeah. The ripples are a completely different effect. Now, why are we disappearing flow here? Why are we unaliving the flow? Manage water flow, water divergence calculation, water projection. Then water height, water velocity, water pressure gradient. So that shouldn't care. Well, yeah, manage water flow at the very end stage. We should be getting float, water, surface. Chuck that in here. Water surface, max, water flow. So now if we hit play... Oh, wrong thing. Then we should... Oh no, it is this. Yeah, we should always have flow on the water surface. We should never be able to get rid of it. Yes. Yeah. Okay. And so that makes it way easier, because we can then advect, you know, the water as though, like, it doesn't give a fuck. So we can then flow it out onto here. Let me just check if this... If that's at 0, does that give a fuck? Yeah, so that is what's doing it there. Is that they plan to come out? Maybe in a week or two, potentially, maybe. It needs, like, a lot of tweaking, is all I can say. Right, so now the runoff is running off into here. It is imparting some of its velocity. It means that if there's less, if it's a steeper thing, it will impart more velocity in a weird way, won't it? I also don't know what's happening in like all these little zones. Is that normal? I feel like that's because the curl is too high. Let me chuck off the curl gradient. Can I just turn that off? Is that gonna let me? It is. Okay, so it's not from the curl. So why are we getting this? Weirdness. Is it diffusion? No. Would diffusion help? No, not really. Well, kind of, but not really. Yeah, this makes a lot more sense with the water. Especially with stuff coming back into the water. What was B again? B was foam. Foam mo. Oh, shit. Pardon me. I think I have a better way to do the wetness versus flow mask. If I just don't worry about this, if I just do this, max that, minus a thing, then in the... What's B again? Water height. Right, the pressure difference and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Sorry. The fucking... Yeah, so then the wetness, when we actually draw it to the water render targets, we have water flow minus 1 times 2. Maxed against water flow wetness. This, but then saturate, and then divide by 10. That should be it. No. Fuck you. No. It's 1. No, that is it. Surely, surely. Like when let's say I just divert this. That should just flow through and it should max itself at that value. Yeah. Like this. Whoop. And then that will fade itself out. So that should be working. I think I'm just doing it wrong in the shader. I'm just cocking it up. Cocking and balling it up. So it should be water velocity RT alpha times 10 max. It should be that times 10, because that is always... What if there's just no wetness mask? It's just water. So this is just water, no wetness. Just water, no wetness. Which looks dumb, because obvious dumb reasons. Because I'm maxing it, if I added them instead of max, then I can safely subtract 0.1 and get all of the wetness out of it. Or like this is just the water. And then in theory, this should be... Let's just say the wetness stays at 0.5. I don't know. Bitch, where the fuck is it? This guy... Da-da-da-da-da. Multiply 0. Huh? Do I need to add it to it, maybe? Like, we should never see gaps like this. Like, how can we have gaps where water is clearly flowing and then flowing over and then there's like a fucking gap? Like, it doesn't make sense. Huh? Water flow wetness. The player's running wet. Is that something they all stop and notice? I don't care. I notice it. Fuck players. No one's playing this damn game. Except me. The game is the friends we made along the way. Yeah, how can... Okay, that doesn't make sense there. This is supposed to be the water flow. Let me wait for that to dry up. Maybe I should just do it in fucking separate channels. Now, is there anything else I would ever need in water stuff? Not really. Let's see what happens, right? If I do this... is this gonna, like, overflow water? And also, let's turn off the... rain. No rain. Rain's banned. I've wanted to play this game for years now. I mean, there's plenty of other games out there, you know. Now that's cursed. Okay, so it can flow out of here. But it's... it can only do that when velocity actually advects it out. Which is kind of funny. Ruthless. Play Vintage Story. Vintage Story will, you know... I don't know, get you in the mood for Prismatica. Vintage Story's a banger. Alright, here's the next stage of our bullshit simulator bullshit, right? Let's get a river. Don't care what the fuck it's trying to do. You know what? Let me just unfuck it a little bit. Let's just get this and then this. and like do it like that, I guess. I don't know. I just want to see if this will actually do a thing. Because if I have this, well, it won't do it straight away. Where is it? Over here. Alright, so we have a river. It has a wetness mask. But obviously nothing's flowing out of it yet. Also, that's very... very bumpy, very bumpy. So the idea with these... Let me also just check the flow. So that's here. Yes. That's good. So what I want to do is add the RVT, so the suggestion of velocity. Do I want to... No, because it is deep. Yeah, so we actually want to do... Is it in here? Manage water flow, water velocity, add RVT to the fucking dude. Fuck it, why not? This is get a 2D fella. Water velocity RVT. Then let's get our delta velocity. And just fucking add that motherfucker. Let's do this top, this bottom. Add you to this guy. So in theory, this should make this automatically start flowing. What the fuck was it called again? Water velocity RVT. When we get water surface, base color, blah blah blah. Water velocity RVT. Yeah, water velocity RVT. And it is coming from base color. And that should be coming from water data. Water velocity RVT. Water velocity RVT is water data RVT. Sick. Let's just, like, smash it in. Oh! Haha. I'm silly. I'm a silly boy. It would have just been zeroing itself out. Alright, let's check now if it does anything. Up here. No. Oh, no, it is. Hold on. Yeah, we are adding velocity. It's just a really low value. So if that was like big as fuck. Yo, okay. Maybe that's a bit too much. And obviously it's, you know, fucking itself up a fair bit. But in theory, we should be able to do some bullshit like this. Because I don't think this... Yeah. I still don't know how I want to handle the rivers, right? Like, I want the rivers to work... Oh, so that's a bit cursed. I want the rivers to work... from a distance, right? Stream last 3 more hours, we'll lose the YouTube VOD. Oh, really? Can they not... Does it not split it? Has that happened before? The fuck's happening here? Oh, it's... You know what this is? That's funny. It's the fucking whirlpool stamp. Yeah, the whirlpool stamp. That's very funny. Yeah, I definitely need to normalize the... Look at that. That's funny. Can I set that to movable? Civilizations building on top of older ruins in layers and layers. Shaders are built on top of shaders. Yeah, literally though. Yeah, that's actually a good description. Can I suck in? Oh, Whirlpool Shader is not stable foundation. I mean, it looks pretty cool to me. So yeah, obviously this is like absolute shitfest. But yeah, yeah. Like it can continue flow, which is good. But yeah, the idea is, from a distance, rivers will look like, well, rivers. And shit. I don't fucking know. Rivers will look like, you know, rivers. Like Shader River. Basic Shader River bullshit. you know, this kind of distance, where it's not completely spasticated. But then when you're close by, it'll get augmented by the actual flow simulation. Which, this is shader surface flow, which is different. Like, this will actually not look super dumb. But then it might, like, the river might spill out into this type of flow in, like, some little areas. Or, for example, if the river isn't running properly, for example, if it's like, I don't know, here, or, you know, we can kind of offset the river flow strength in the thingamajig. So that it draws less stuff to the simulation. So if the river is like meandering, then it might end up looking like... Okay, maybe not that fucking dumb. It might end up looking just like this. Over, you know, like a little divot. Maybe let me grab one of these and put it over here. So yeah, I'll need to work the river shader properly. And normalize it all. Can I just, like, get rid of the fucking foam on this? It's just a bit ugly-ass. Where's the spline mesh? Give me the... fuck off. Just go to the... water stuff. Giga water. Base color... 0. Just chill. Also, where's the water height map? Get done. Also, what's that again? That's the base flow. So the far flow. Kind of feels like a waste doing all of this shader stuff to do, you know, distance fields and like the foam and the foam trail masks and whatever. To then just completely replace it with like, you know, a piss-easy simulation. Like, yeah, a lot of this will just get completely simplified so that it just looks good, or looks good enough from a distance. And then outside of that distance, it just, you know. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, you can simulate diarrhea? Hell yeah. It's what I've always wanted. But yeah, you can see, like, here's a river. And we've placed it down, or, like, generated a spline to do the water surface. So water that we can swim in. Or be in. Except it's got fucking collision. But then it can overflow out to here. We'd also want to probably replace the velocity, because this is adding to the velocity, which is a bit cursed. We would likely want to... Fuck. I don't know. If I just zero it out for now... Oh, no, but that's gonna... You know, that's where we sample it. Gotta compile the fucking water shader for 6 minutes again. Probably. It's kind of interesting how well it, like, what's it called? Thingos? No, not that. Oh my god, that's so terrible. Blends from single layer water into the, just the surface-based effect. Quite seamless. I think the main thing is that the wetness, like the color of the water, gets applied underneath the water. So, like, even if this was, you know, red or something, it still kind of blends in nicely from there. I wonder why this is so pixely. Yeah, now we're simulating diarrhea. What's happening here, though, I wonder? That's the... I don't know. But yeah, this is, this will be good. This will be one of the water systems of all time. guarantee that. I guarantee it. It will definitely be a water system. And the hope is that it's easy to use. I think what I need to do is essentially like with the puddle mask function, just do like a function called surface water, where you plug in your base color, your normals, and then it outputs a new base color and normals. Although it needs to do... I guess there's a... there's kind of two... I guess there's like a pre and post texture function that I need to do. The pre-water function gets the normals and uses them to distort the UVs of whatever is being, you know, whatever's underneath it. So you add it to the texture coordinates. If it's in world space, that is. But then after the textures have been sampled, it then needs to add the color and add the normals of the water, or adjust the normals of the thing. So it's kind of a two-step process. One of them gets done at the start, one gets done at the end. You wanna come sit on me? You want to go outside? You want to go eat some mice? You want to eat bats? Hmm? Sweet girl. What a nice cat. So I think what I'll work on either tomorrow or whenever I do this stuff again, I need to kind of figure out the Gerstner wave shit. Where we do the Gerstner waves, we have the height, we have the velocity, we max that. It basically needs to, like, feed itself in to the thing. And then we also want it to, when it hits, probably distance field based, when it hits distance fields, it creates velocity in the other direction so that it crashes on shit and creates foam and lots of turbulence and whatnot. So I think distance fields are really going to come in handy for that. Because we can sample the distance field at the wave height and get the normal from it. So that should be hella fucking good. Been talking about that road building simulator. Have you looked at how they do their systems at all? Road building simulator. I haven't heard of it. Is it like a hydrological, like a realistic road building, like infrastructure shit, like placing the drains and making sure the gradient is good, can handle all the runoff and stuff? Because that sounds like my kind of game. Alright, well, thanks everyone for hanging out. It was a nice little 10-hour stream. This is what happens when I'm, like, in the zone, you know? We just go for 10 hours. We get a fair bit done, and then I cry. And I cry myself to sleep while watching anime. Yep. That's me. Anyway, we're going to be raiding Boom. Oh, God, I don't know how she spells her name now. Okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 O's. Lowercase. Bit of terrain with sand that simulate then lay pavement, also simulated with the water. Oh, right, okay. That sounds dope. Oh, fuck. Is it okay? You know what? Let me All right, we'll go for another hour or two. I'll show the Crim Squad what we've been working on. And you can tell me how dumb it is. Alright, so. Have you ever wanted to play a game or to make a game that has water? Have you ever wanted water? Well, do I have the thing for you? Oh, that's busted. Okay. Let me okay. Water everywhere. That's all. Okay, so we have water that does water things. However, I recently made it so that you can splash water out of the water and onto the not water over here, which is quite cool. So then I was thinking, and keep in mind that's a two-dimensional effect. So that's not like, it's not real. This is just like shader shit, you know? Just some shader bullshit. As is most things. So then I was thinking, okay, well, we could use river splines to essentially act as the input to some water flow stuff so that it can kind of like flow around. If it overflows, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. And then same thing up here. This one should be leaking water. But the idea is that from a distance, the rivers look like... Well, they'd look like this, but less fucked up, because I disabled the foam. So from a distance, the rivers would look like just regular shader stuff. You know, flow maps, a little bit of distance fields, whatever. But then when you're within simulation range, they would start to augment using the simulations. So if you're not familiar with my bullshit, I love render targets. Render targets are quite nice. So for example, if I'm in here doing water things, it's all compute shaders. It's all funny stuff. Ignore the big whatever. So this is the water ripples. Water ripple, or just the water normals in general. But then we have the water velocity, which is an incompressible fluid sim. And this is what will move the foam around. So there should be foam, water foam, but I've disabled it. But I'm so tired, by the way. My brain isn't really functioning. So then I was thinking, okay, what if it's raining really heavily? What we can do... Is that still moving, or am I just... No, it's not moving. What we can do is just constantly apply water flow. So, for example, manage water flow. Up here, if I just, like, add 0.1 flow everywhere per second, once it kind of chills out a little bit, we can essentially simulate, like water runoff, you know? Like, oh, it's raining, and there's a muddy path going down a hill. So in theory, if this wasn't totally fucking busted... Hold on. Why is this not... Is it because of that? It wouldn't be because of that, would it? You wouldn't do me dirty like that, would you? Why won't the flow converge? Like, stably converge. I mean, that's not terrible. It's a little bit... It's not contrasty enough. Shader graph spaghetti, absolutely. That's what we're all about. So yeah, if it's like raining, we can make the water flow on the terrain, build up and flow down terrain, which is kind of cool. And that will be interactable as well. So when you move over it, it will kind of shoot itself out of the way. And yeah, we're just constantly adding water, and it's just flowing down. How expensive is all of this? The simulation side of it is 1.6 milliseconds. That's including all of, most of the other stuff. So this plugin that I work on, it's kind of hard to see a lot of it because I've hidden heaps of it. Let me just re-enable like the wind simulation, the deform simulation, deform sim setup. That'll fix itself. Surface sim we don't care about. Water, don't care about. Paint. So the main gist of the plugin is it's like an all-in-one kind of thing. So there's like a wind simulation, 2D wind simulation for foliage. The water is also drawing to that, isn't it? You know what? Just ignore that. Anyway, you can trample grass. The grass can blow in the wind. Whoop-de-doo. Cool shit. It also handles like bigger foliages and whatnot. Basic foliage actors? Yeah. So these are just... these are all instanced. So it doesn't matter how many are being affected at once, because it's all just a shader effect. It's just, you know, it's just happy that they're there. There's more flow map shit there. And so then, here's like a good example of some more detailed foliage being interacted with. And, you know, it's got the wind and the whatever. So you can have like 100 dudes sitting in 1,000,000 bushes, and it just, you know, handles it like a champ. But yeah, I've also done some like pivot painting stuff. My controls keep bugging out because it's set up so badly. Let's go here. So yeah, like a custom pivot painting thing that can... It can like sense using the tips location. So we sample the interaction. You can see this interaction bubble on the ground. We sample that at the tip and then use that to drive, you know, some rotation. So you can get some like very like physical looking interaction, which this isn't physics. This is just some shader bullshit. You know, we can stomp these down and whatever. So it looks like it's physics-based, but it's all just magic trickery. Which means that you can scale it up, you know, infinitely. Obviously, there's an extra cost of rendering more things, but the interaction is like a fixed cost, which is really nice, because that's kind of what my outlook is that, like, you know, you want players to feel like they have agency in the world, not just in like gameplay, but in... Lady Cat, what are you doing? You know, like tiny little details, like their character walks around and the grass gets smushed. Like that. Or, you know, I fell over and now the grass is all smushed around me in like a snow angel kind of thing. But if performances that are having actual physics on? Yeah, like, it probably sounds exaggerating, but it's like 1,000,000 times more performant. Like, no exaggeration. So if you... Let's say you had this thing here, and you had maybe 1, 2, 3 bones for the stem, and then even just 1 bone for each leaf, you're looking at like 20 bones per foliage. And then you want to simulate the physics. Even that is like kind of fucked up. And then you do like, okay, I want an entire screen full of these guys. Then it just becomes a nightmare. So, yeah, these are all just getting driven by render target, my wind render target. Just this one. This is a really basic, non-physical wind fluid sim. But they're essentially just reading from that and being like, okay, well, if the value is... Well, this is the direction. So you can see they're all leaning over in that direction. but then you get the length of that direction, or just, you know, is there wind, and then you just make it jiggle and whatnot. Does the water leave wet footsteps? Not currently, but you'll be able to do it, essentially, yeah. So yeah, that's what I've been working on today. Today I did the water stuff. Hello, lady cat. You're so sweet. Come here. You want to go outside? Yes, me too. The sun's nearly up. It's nearly 7 a.m. and I've been streaming for 10 hours. And then Krim goes and raids me. Such a nice girl. So yeah, Prismatiscape plugin extravaganza available for purchase for $34.99. So for the cost of like 3 pizzas, you have access to all of this, you know. Next update is as soon as it's like done. I think I just want to get I want to well, okay, there's the water velocity / flow stuff. Foam. Oh, you know what? Let's just do yeah, paint this update, because the paint is already implemented. Just not enabled, but if I enable the paint guy... I forget what I was sampling that on, actually. I swear there was a... Let me just do this real quick. What was the other... Oh no, the paint was using the normals, wasn't it? To do its shit, not the... Not the world height. I mean, anyway, we can maybe see it. I don't know if it'll actually work, though. No, it's using the normals. Hold on. If I just get this guy, and we then say in here, you're drawing your stuff to the normals. Let's make sure he draws it last. Sort. 9. Then we need to make sure that he samples the normals again and does something with it. This is in water data. Normal. Multiply by tiny little baby number. Add that. I don't fucking know. Just do it. No, what are you... Get in there. Shitlord. Okay, so this was another... This was like a couple of days ago. It's just really goofy-ass blood flow sim. Although I then turned it into a rainbow. But I don't know why, but it's really clogging up in here. That looks gross. That looks kind of fucked up. Let me get it looking like blood again. Paint sim setup. Draw input. No, that's right input RT. No, fuck you. Add paint to input to sim. Let's just get paint input into this guy. Okay, so now it's just red. But then in Paintland, yeah, what are you doing? That should be fine. I guess it's something to do with the shader then. Ignore all this. This is all very cursed. Don't worry about this. Let's just get this to there. And then you are going normalize clan. Fuck off. And then you go into there, maybe. Now it's just come. Fuck's sake. No, it's all wrong. It's all wrong. I think this is supposed to lerp towards some color. It's not a cum sim. It's not cumsy. Okay, that's not terribly bad. It's still kind of stupid though. Dries fast at least. Anyway, so this should all interact. You might even be able to see it in here. Where am I? No, it isn't doing it currently. But all of the blood and the paint will disperse through the water and be pushed around by the water velocity. Oh, actually, you can see it happening here. It's just not being read into the thingos, but you can just trust me. It'll, yeah. It can go into the water and then move around, and then the same thing will apply to the water flow stuff that's happening. How will we set up basic water/foliage interaction with Niagara Grid and render target? Do you mean to do it, from scratch? And how much prior knowledge do you have about Grid 2D and stuff? I'm currently editing a video. Know how RVT and RTs work, but I haven't touched on it. Okay. Yeah, I'm working on a video at the moment about... Well, the first one is custom Niagara modules. So, how to just do random shit in Niagara. Which is kind of... It's annoying to edit, because there's so many, like, little... There's so many, like, little bits that I'm like, oh, I need to explain this, I need to explain that. What do you want, Lady Cat? Huh? 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 Oh, I fall. And then after that one is a Grid 2D intro video. And then after that one is a Fluid Sim basics thing. But I think with just the Grid 2D intro, it should be easy enough. Oh, cat, what are you doing? No, fuck off Google Chrome help. What do you want? Yes, you want to go outside. Okay, we're gonna Will Prince plugin work with a fixed camera system, classic Resident Evil? Yes, it would. It would. It would actually work really well. The other thing to consider is that the simulations follow the character around, or the camera. So if I've got some stuff happening, and then I move over here, it will delete everything that was happening over there. So if I revisit there, it's going to be zeroed out. But it's really just meant for like cosmetic effects and stuff. How do you think? I want to try and maybe upload the module one this week. And then... well, then the grid one the next week. The grid one's probably going to be easier to edit because, like, it doesn't have as much fuckery going on. Like, it's pretty straightforward. Yes, cat. Hmm? Hmm? Wouldn't reset on the camera cutting to another... within the same zone? No. So if you had a camera here, you could even like manually place the center of the simulation. Let's say it's in like indoors. You could place it at the center of the room. And then, yeah, if a camera here looks at it, it's fine. If a camera over here starts looking at it, it's fine. But then when you move the simulation to a completely different zone, then it would reset. But yeah, anyway, thanks everyone for hanging out. I'm going to wrap it up before I pass out. Boom. I was going to raid Boom, but Boom already wrapped up. So I don't know. Who are we passing the raid on to? Who the heck to raid? And I need to sort this cat out real quick. And I need to eat some food. Yeah, I could raid Incarn. Or I could raid Kindred. What's he working on? Game Jam recovery stream. True. Excuse me, Lady Cat. What are you doing? You're so sweet. Yeah, you know what? I think we'll raid Kindred. I was saying it last time, but Kindred is the... He's what got me into GameDev. So... I owe it to him. You guys wouldn't have Prismatica Dev without Kindred Games. So, yeah, thanks everyone for hanging. Hope you all had a good time. It's 7 AM, so my night light filter just turned off, and now my eyes hurt. But yeah, I'm going to make some breakfast nachos, and then probably just chill out, rest my voice. But make sure you follow. If you're not following already, make sure you follow me so you can stay up to date with my bullshit. And yeah, new videos, new tutorial videos soon. I'm excited. Hopefully I can get them done soon. But yeah, with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. And thank you to the YouTubes. Goodbye, goodbye.